You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Alabama, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, and the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite 6th stop of the year out of 9 events for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. Our live coverage, sponsored by FXR. We got plenty of coverage on the way today. It's going to be a good action-packed day, we figure, based on what we've seen so far today early on this third day of 4 days of tournament play here. $100,000 prize, of course, at stake here. Points and so much more. Had the full field out there, 100 anglers on days 1 and 2 trying to make it to today, semifinal Saturday. And after today, only 10 will continue on to Championship Sunday. One of those valuable blue trophies at stake. So we got a lot of nail biting, a lot of nerves out there today as the season wears on. Heads ever closer to the end of the line. We passed the halfway pole a long time ago. We've got 10 out there today, a great field who have figured out some tough conditions, admittedly tough. Here on Wheeler Lake, it's never just a kick-in for anyone, any time of the year. Wheeler Lake, a complex fishery here on the mighty Tennessee River. And Davey Hyde, I think we've gotten our shares of thrills and spills already. I can't wait for what's happening today.
Yeah, really excited about today. Keep in mind, it is a 4-day event, like you mentioned, Tommy. We're just starting day 3, so a lot of fishing ahead of us. But these anglers, especially Cliff Prince, Justin Hamner, have certainly made it very interesting the last 2 days, kind of pulling away from the field a little bit.
Second biggest lake in Alabama is Wheeler Lake, situated between Guntersville and Wilson Lakes here. That's 68,000 acres, depending on the pool level. 60 miles to fish here and 1,000 miles of shoreline. A lot of places to fish on the main river and a lot of places to go back and get lost a little bit in the tributaries. Little connecting waters here. Going to be in the boat all day long with 10 of our top 50 anglers who have survived to today. Let's take a look at how they fared at yesterday's weigh-in. There's Jay Shakurit, former Rookie of the Year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, making it in the 10th spot. Alex Wetherall of Connecticut coming in to fish on day number 3 in the top 10. There he is, Wesley Gore, rookie who's having a great year, man from Clanton, Alabama. Alex Redwine of Ohio. Ray Hanselman Jr., the angler from Texas, had a tough start down in Texas, Ronnie Moore, but boy, made up for it in Florida, and he's on fire this week.
Last 3 events have been good for him. John Garrett, same thing can be said, a win in the Harris Chain of Lakes for him, and he is up there second in Rookie of the Year now. And John Cruz, we expected him to do well here.
Absolutely. John Cruz finished 3rd here the last time the Elites in 2016. John Cox, your day 1 leader, with 22 plus pounds. And there he is, your reigning world champion. From Northport, Alabama, Justin Hamner, and your leader, Cliff Prince, having one of his best efforts ever. In 14 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, just absolutely having a ball out there and really catching them. Now, here's your updated scoreboard. Cliff Prince has really opened up a lead right there, Davey. I don't think anybody's going to cheer against a guy like Cliff. He's a very popular angler.
Very popular, very nice guy. Everybody pulls for him. He's had a great career, but has not held that blue trophy over his head yet. I don't know anybody that keeps up with bass fishing that could not be pulling for Cliff Prince this weekend.
John Cox, you see there, he's on the board as well. Ray Hanselman catching them good on this morning. We'll get to all of them out on the water in just a little bit. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Hyde, 2-time Angler of the Year, Classic Champion as well. Ronnie Moore and Mike Such-Sukon in the house as well. And Davey, we got what we wanted this week. We wanted to see a lot of different ways to get the job done, and that's exactly what we've seen over 2 days.
We really have, and you know, it's day 3 of the Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake, and a lot of what we expected has really happened. It's been very tough. If you look down at the guys that finished at the bottom half of the field, had a very, very tough week. But the leaders have found something different. The water flow, the generation has been much slower here this week than it has been for probably the last few months on this lake, and it has changed things a lot. But we've got a few anglers that have definitely figured out where these fish are moving with the slack currents. very excited to see Justin Hamner and Cliff Prince and the other guys today and what they can put in the live wells.
Now, Ronnie, you said before we started today, you got the feeling that the fishing was starting to pick up significantly today.
It seemed like it, and Tommy, I don't want to rag on the Elite Series pros at all, but we always know the start of an interesting tournament, the preceding 3 days are complaining and griping because you're not sure what you got. It was kind of like a here today, gone tomorrow for some of these anglers. The fish weren't where they're expected to be, or they weren't stacked up like they hoped to be, but that has presented a lot of different techniques. We've seen guys in the Elk River. We've seen guys from dam to dam, which is 50 miles in between. We've seen guys within 1 minute of takeoff, and some guys who have a special spot that are now managing fish. They're getting so many bites. So we'll see if Cliff Prince can hold on to it. But I do think with the slack current, maybe if the current was keyed up a little bit more, we'd see some other guys thrive, but without the current, we've really seen some guys dial in their spots even better.
You're definitely right about that. One thing, Ronnie, that our anglers could never be accused of painting too rosy a scenario leading up to any tournament. That is their...
Hey, but on pace for 80 pounds for 4 days, you can't shake a stick at 20 pounds a day. That's what Cliff Prince has set the tone.
Yeah, Suits, you've been looking at the numbers. We are on track now to have one of the biggest total weights ever at a visit to Wheeler Lake.
Yeah, we had 81. I want to talk about Kid McKinney, Trey McKinney. He's going to leave here with the AOI lead still for the 5th time. He's going to be able to take down his Taylor Swift posters and put those big checks up on his wall. He's going to have 5 of them, $5 grand.
Oh.
19-year-old Trey McKinney.
Oh, man, 19 years old, and what a phenomenon. We're seeing some great stuff out there on the water. Already today, they launched at 6 a.m. That's 7 Eastern time, local time, so they have been out there set up and fishing for a while. And our leader, Dave Mercer calls him the Prince of Palatka, the man from Florida, Cliff Prince, has been busy.
Oh, man, we've had a great morning. I mean, we lost a couple of good ones. I don't know that hopefully by the end of the day that don't hurt me, but my head's in a good place. We've got 5. I think I feel comfortable that I got enough to make Sunday, so we're gonna fish around in here and catch us another 5-pounder, or maybe a 4 or 2, and do the same scenario we had yesterday. Just kind of mill around and hopefully save these for tomorrow, and come in here and it starts as good tomorrow as it did today. Get some of the other ones. When you lose a couple like that,
I think Cliff Prince is obviously in a good place. He's had a good start this morning, but the area that I've learned a little more about it, and I'm very familiar with where he's at now that I found out yesterday exactly where he is along the Decatur Flats, just outside of there. I don't see those fish going away. Even if he fishes them harder today than he has the last 2 days, I think this area will definitely reload overnight every single night.
You made that point yesterday. You said you like the chances of the guys working out here versus the guys, the Coxes, the Cruz, working in the little out-of-the-way places as far as reloading goes, and that's something definitely to keep in mind. Very specific spot, though, isn't it?
It definitely is. There's 2 shell beds, little bars where he's at. They're about 50 yards apart, and during the night, these fish, because these fish have been on this big flat, and you can see how expansive it is right there. These fish have been up there since January, February, and they're moving out to the main river, and it's really a funnel going to the river where Cliff Prince is. There's a ditch that leads on over into that flat, and it is really just a major highway coming out to the main river. And because they've had so much current, and this is really the hottest week they've had and the slower water, these fish are just now, the last few weeks, have been moving out. They're just more fish and more fish should be coming to Cliff Prince today and tomorrow.
oh crap, that sucker broke. Did I hit something?
Tommy, if you looked at the Doc Talk photo gallery on Bassmaster.com on Wednesday afternoon leading into day one, Cliff Prince had his hands up, kind of a shrug, and the quote was, if they bite on one or two spots, I'll probably be in a good spot. Otherwise, I'm not sure. And those two spots, better than he probably expected.
Let's get out to our day one leader, John Cox. Of course, John Cox is known to get away from the crowds, from all the excitement, to find a place all to himself. And of course, he was true to form on day number 2, returning to the place where he had caught 22 plus pounds on day number 1.
Yeah, you know, him catching 22 pounds on day 1 and having a day 1 lead was incredible. But honestly, watching him yesterday in that small area, he basically
I took my eye off it for a second.
Caught all those fish in that little area.
Yes.
For him to scrounge around and catch what he caught yesterday to stay in the top 5 was absolutely incredible.
Well, for all the success he's had back in this place and a few disappointments and fish lost early on yesterday, John Cox announced to us right before the takeoff today that he was going to start in a different place today, and there he is.
Yeah, so we just stopped here just for a minute. I thought we got 2 tiny ones and 2 like 1.5 pounds and a 2-pounder. I just, just in case that other spot's not the, it was really tough in there yesterday, and I felt like this had some real good potential. But I think we're gonna go ahead and take off and go back down there and try it. I mean, I was hoping this was gonna fire off, but it doesn't look like. It's got a lot of activity, a lot of skipjack and stuff. But I don't know, I'm not feeling it anymore. All right, one more cast.
Well, not the best of reviews for his change of plans right there, but he's got other directions he can go.
It's such a small area where he fished day 1, caught all 22 pounds in that one area, and spent a lot of his day there yesterday. I think it's good to just kind of get a breath of fresh air this morning, go try a few things differently, and then go to that area that's so good to him on day 1 and settle down and at least spend a few hours.
He hasn't hardly seen the sunshine all week. He needs to get a little vitamin D.
Yeah, that's not all bad.
Ray Hanselman has been haunting the flats this week. I guess the Decatur Flats, Davey, you could say is one of the biggest community holes in the world for sure.
Well, it's been an okay start. They're kind of biting funny. I'm pulled up on this shell bar, and they're here, but I started out with a oversized square bill, and first cast jumped off one that was probably 5 pounds, biggest fish I've seen all week, and then I caught a couple, and I lost 3 straight, and then I put it down and picked up single hook baits. They're hitting it, but they're not like eating it like they had been. So I think I'm sitting on 13, maybe 14 pounds. It's kind of about what I had yesterday when I left here. It's just a lot of 2.5 to 3 pounders, occasional good one. But seeing that one big one here kind of gave me a little hope. We'll see if it got loose. But there might be a few more, so I'm gonna beat on them a little bit harder today, I guess. I've got the grass deal as a backup. I went to the grass after this yesterday and culled 3, so I actually caught 2 on the same bait yesterday in the grass. A 4 and a 3, and it was pretty cool. I had that happen in Florida. It was a 5 and a 4, and I lost them both at the boat, but I got them both yesterday, so that was a little redemption.
Ray going in the right direction. You have 15.8 on day number 1 and up that to 17, 12, almost 18 pounds on day number 2.
Yeah, hear Ray Hanselman talk about losing a few fish this morning. Cliff Prince having the same issue. The fish biting in a little funny, the way they put it. Just not getting the baits quite as good as they had the previous 2 days. But Ray Hanselman, along with Cliff Prince, a good start. They were able to put more in the boat than they actually lost, but it always hurts to lose a few fish early in the morning, especially. You don't know when that next bite might come. Very similar to Cliff Prince, but he's more in the flats where Cliff is closer to the river channel itself. A small shell bed on the Decatur Flats that reloads every night for Ray Hanselman, just like Cliff Prince.
very, very important day. This day number 3. Got to make one big move, one important move up into that list right there. The top 10. Amazingly, most of the top 10 from day 1 survived through day number 2, the majority of them anyway. Cliff Prince, though, the man on top, and you see Ray Hanselman with a few reservations, still thinking he's got to go in the right way. Jay Shakurit started the day in 10th place. We see him all the way up into 3rd place right now. Matty Wong had a great day 1, hung in there in top 10 in day number 2. Wesley Gore rounding out our top 5. We'll be right back. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Beautiful scene right here in one of the most iconic fisheries, and a river that's full of iconic fisheries. To be absolutely honest with you, the Tennessee River. And Cliff Prince of Florida, though, is the man on top, and as we mentioned earlier, on pace to, if he can keep it up at this speed, maybe notch one of the biggest, heaviest 4-day totals in the history of fishing on Wheeler Lake. And there's a lot of it for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the 4th time a top-level Bassmaster event has been held here. 14 of those times, and 4 of those times have been Elite Series. Let's take you out now to Jay Shakurit, our 2022 Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Owns a couple of open titles and a Bassmaster Elite Series championship.
Jay Garrett out on the flats like our other anglers that are catching them good this morning. And gave him the nickname yesterday, Sneaky Jay. He just sneaks right up into our top 10. It seems like every tournament that a bad tournament for him is 20th place, but he has had a great career out here on the Elite Series. And it's not a surprise to see him moving up the leaderboard here on day 3, having a good start this morning also. Catch a lot of his fish on soft plastics there, a drop shot and a shaky head type worm.
You really never know how it's going to translate, Davey. You came up through the ranks as well to make the top level and fish professionally, and Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin did it from the co-anglers parts of the opens, jumped into the opens, and now
Alex was driving by, I waved him over. We share all information, so if he finds a place, he'll tell me. If I find a place, I'll tell him. And he was running by, and I was like, hey man, you got to get over here. And first, second cast, he hooks up on like a 4.5 and catches almost 20 pounds. And so now obviously we're sitting on the same place this morning. I've got 5 fish, he's got 1. They haven't really fired yet. It's been pretty slow. I've been having to throw a drop shot actually. Throwing a 5-inch filler worm. No surprise, morning dawn color. Pretty simple setup, 1/4 ounce drop shot weight. Rigged weedless because I am fishing in the grass, so it is rigged Texas style. But anyways, yeah, I do have 5 fish. Alex is looking for his. They're going to fire at some point today. It's not going to take very long to get a good bag when they do start to bite. But regardless, we're only an hour 20 minutes into the day, so not worried about much yet. It's going to be a fun day, I got a feeling.
Jay talking about Alex Redwine, also 3rd-year man of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
So this morning, the last 2 mornings, I've started on a different spot, and I feel like I've caught some fish early the last two days, but I'm starting on a different spot. This is kind of a spot that Jay found in the middle of the day yesterday, and it was kind of crazy. I talked to Jay earlier in the day yesterday, and he had 3 fish, and about midday I went to go check on him, and as I'm going to check on him, I see him catching the fish. So I pull up, I'm like, how you doing? And he's like, they're firing right here. And then he waves me in, and then it was kind of lights out for 30 minutes. So both of us are starting here today. Jay's caught in a handful. I've just got 1 so far. It's not a terrible size fish. It's a good first fish. But I feel like there's the quality of fish are got to be still here, but I don't know if it's just a timing thing. Like I said, we were here in the middle of the day yesterday. And here we are in the morning, so at some point it's got to light up at some point. It's going to go down quick, and hopefully we're just here to capitalize on it. So I'm going to keep grinding it out. I'm kind of having mixed thoughts, like do I go to where I caught them the last 2 mornings, or do I just kind of grind it out here? But I think I'm just going to stick it out here and just see where the day takes us, have some fun. Just dragging a little drop shot through the grass. There's kind of like a little grass edge.
I can say one thing about fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail in general. 23 years of doing that, I can count on one hand the days that someone waved me into a place where they were biting every cast. So congratulations to Jay and Alex for teaming up, but that does not happen very often.
And
fellow competitors are usually very competitive and not willing to wave you in that they are biting here.
Add insult to injury, Red Wine had 19-8 yesterday. Shakir only had 18-1, so he outdid him on his spot maybe.
Here's your Lowrance bird's eye view of the rookie Wesley Gore having a great season. Absolutely. From Clanton, Alabama, one of our Alabamans in the top 10 here, currently in 4th place.
Great young rookie angler. Had a big fish both days, 1 and 2, a 5-pounder that really helped him be in the top 10 with us today. Looks like he's hooked up now.
He is.
I think I got hooked weird. Definitely got it hooked weird, whatever it is. It's a big old largemouth, and I got it hooked all goofy. A big one too, or maybe a brown one. I knew she was gonna do that. God, she's so big. She's hooked all weird, dude. Please come here, girl. God, stop. Dude, she's so... Dude, stop.
Must be a smallmouth. This will not stop
He's
fighting.
acting like a brown one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wesley pointed out.
Stop. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. Stop, dude.
Got to be a smallmouth. They're relentless.
I can't grab her. This is terrible. Worst fish line of all time. But I got her now, baby.
Wow.
That don't look good, but whatever.
Beautiful smallmouth bass. It looks beautiful to me.
Day 1, he had a 5-pound, 15-ounce, and his limit is 17.9. Day 2, a
Wow.
5.13.
That was the worst fish landing of all, I guess, landing of all time. I'm glad I got good hooks on there. I'm shaking a little bit, dude. Dude, she flew up there, dude. It was insane. That's why she got it all weird. She come in like 20 and just smoked it. See how big she is. Gotta be the biggest of the day. Yes, sir. 3.6. That's a good one. Hold on. There we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Nice.
Beautiful smallmouth bass. We'll get your heart pumping. He said that, and heck, it had my heart pumping.
That's what's so special about the Tennessee River. We talked about all 3 species can actually factor, and you can weigh them in and be okay with it. You can catch some big spotted bass at times, but you just never know in these groups of fish which ones are largemouth, which ones are smallmouth, how they mix together. And these big smallmouth aren't afraid to mix with big largemouth. They're not one bit.
John Cruz, great history here. Last time the elites were here was 8 years ago in 2016. He finished third place, was the leader on day number 1. And yesterday, he gave us a little reminder of how strong he is on this fishery.
Yeah, he definitely did, and that's why we got the music going this morning. Let's get it going early. Power pole replay of the day, John Cruz. This is from day 2, but we've got to show it. Who likes to catch a big old bass on Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments on top water, walking bait? About mid-morning, he was having a slow morning for John Cruz standards here on this lake. 5-pounder on top water there. Got us all going, and that's why it's Power Pole replay of the day, John Cruz.
Was it day 2 of 2024 or day 2 of 2016? Because it looks exactly like the same spot and same fish.
I think we've all decided it's the same place.
It's got to be the grandchild fish of 8 years later. It's had enough time to get that big. 5'7".
He's keeping it in the family. Sometimes that works.
It'll make your heart race and your hat fly off a little different than it normally sits.
Backs it up a little later with this. Check this out. Under a bunch of mayflies, he finds this one.
About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is high and bright, no clouds, very few clouds in the sky. You see a few mayflies laying on a point. Yeah, let's try that top water lure again. Smallmouth bass, John Cruz. That was awesome.
All right. Well, we started off spot this morning trying to catch some topwater fish. Didn't work, so I caught an audible to something down lake that I thought might have a chance. That didn't work. So we came back up here to Decatur and just on this main river grass, and it's kind of a, it's just a pattern. You're just fishing long stretches, and I'm just going along here right now with the chatterbait. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. I just had one thump it, which is good. But he didn't get it. It didn't totally throttle it, but we're gonna just keep plugging on here for a little bit and see if we can't find one of those stretches that, it seems like when you get in the right stretch, you catch 2, 3, 4 in a row. Or just try to keep doing that and see if that can get us back into some fish.
John Cruz in his 25th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. A slow start to his season, but a good finish last time out.
I like golf.
Lake Murray.
You can do the rest of your
Hanselman.
life, like fishing or hunting.
I love golf.
That feels like a big one. I can't see him looking in the sun.
It's like a real good fish here for Ray.
Yeah, it's definitely not a 2-pounder. No, it's a big one. Oh my God.
Oh, it's a real big one.
Yes, sir. That's the biggest fish I've seen all week. Look at that thing. Woo! You want to weigh it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Let's weigh this tank.
Let's go.
Now, I'm not saying other guys are not nice guys, or I'm not saying they're liars or anything like that, but Ray is one of the most stand-up, nice guys. So I feel like this is going to be accurate when we hear what it's going to
What you
About
got,
6'4".
Ooh, 6'4".
6'4".
Yes, sir.
And he's going to need that, Tommy. He's going to need that.
Oh,
when
absolutely.
you think about what Cliff Prince has done, Ray Hanselman starting the week with 15 compared to Cliff's 19, and then 17 yesterday to Cliff's 20. He's going to need 20 to catch up.
That's what we've got right now. Those two slugging it out at the top of the leaderboard. Day number 3 here. Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. It is on. They are biting right now. We'll be back. Tomorrow on Fox, it's the inaugural United Football League Championship. Birmingham Stallions take on the San Antonio Brahmas. It kicks off tomorrow at 5 Eastern on Fox. Brahmas, or Brahmas as they're known in some parts of this country where they rodeo. I can name a few of those places. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, the mighty Tennessee River. Day 3 action here, and we are well past the halfway point of this season. Everything getting a little bit urgent for anglers who really haven't gotten the work done that they need to get done during this year of competition. We are with the top 10 to start this day, in the boat with them all day long. Get you right out now to Connecticut's Alex Wetherall. Second year with the Elite Series.
In the winter? I don't know. You might see single digits once in a while, like wind chill. It'll be like a few, into the negative. You thought it was warmer or colder? Nah.
I think he's talking about Connecticut in the winter, not Lake Wheeler in the summer.
Yeah, definitely not Decatur, Alabama in June.
There we go. There we go.
Solid keeper. I've been seeing these 4 to 6 pounders. That looks like a small one, but that's a solid fish for number 2.
Choked it. We like that. We like that.
Alex adds that one to a smaller one he already has in the boat there. It's got about just under 4 pounds.
Started the year with a top 10
Toledo Bend.
the Toledo Bend event.
Absolutely. Here's a guy who started his year off right. A few events in. He wins at the Harris Chain as rookie John Garrett.
Good morning, everybody. Been fishing almost 2 hours now, and got one good one. It's the only bite we've had, but it's a beautiful morning, and I just got hung on a stump. But beautiful morning. It's gonna be a little warm later, but we're gonna fish for most of the day right here. I'm probably gonna stay in on this little shell bar and kind of make sure I get a limit today, just because it's so tough. I don't want to leave fish looking for fish. I did that yesterday. I kind of rode around and looked a lot yesterday and didn't find anything new. So I'm pretty much down just to this spot that has them. My few other places that I found either have boats or no fish. So we're gonna spend a lot of time here. Hopefully catch a few more of the right ones. Good news is we got the big one. We got a big one down. So limit of solid ones will go a long way into making a top 10. And that's what we're looking for. Another good finish. But man, it would be nice to catch 4 more like that one I caught. So that was a go Vols fish. Speaking of Vols, walk-off hit to bottom of the 9th to win last night. And I apologize to my wife and baby and Cody's wife and the baby because we woke the house up. So it was a good time last night watching Tennessee win, and maybe we'll catch a few more for them today. So go Vols.
That's the luxury of already having a win under his belt this year.
Yeah.
You can just stay up late and watch baseball.
That's right. You're not sitting up fretting, losing sleep all night. swinging for the fences.
And that's something that a lot of anglers have talked about in their careers, Davey. It was something he mentioned, is not leaving fish to go find fish. And when it is so difficult, especially on the Tennessee River, it's all about timing. And so you want to go to your best spot first, but if they're not running water and you get, discouraged, you may leave. But looking at his Humminbird 360, there's plenty of stumps, plenty of cover around that these fish will wander around this area. And if there is an uptick in current this afternoon, like Such said, they're supposed to run at least 5,000 more. They could position at any time and be fired up in that school that he's talking about.
Yeah, the big problem for the anglers that are fishing the main river, like John Garrett, is with the slack, low current, just very minimal generation, those fish do roam a lot and they don't set up on the stumps or on these little breaks. They're a lot easier to catch when they do that. And just a little uptick in the flow like we're supposed to get today can certainly make some of those fish set up, and they're a lot easier to catch. And that's what John Garrett was referring to. He's just going to stay and hopefully wait until those fish do set up where he can catch them.
And you can see on the graph there that he had the greens and the yellows and the pinks and the reds. Those were all waypoints of either places he got bites or stumps and structured grass maybe where he's got, where fish may position.
John Garrett, 19.7 on day one, 14.6 yesterday, but still pretty good for dragging a worm around the flats, as he described it.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in. Starting the day in second place, our world champion, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic winner, Justin Hamner from Northport, Alabama. A long run. This is a big investment in time. It's a big commitment.
Yeah, you leave the Ingalls Harbor there where the takeoff is and go all the way up to the Lake Gunnersville Dam. Justin Hamner all lonely up there by himself today, but not a bad thing when you catch 19 or 20 pounds a day up there. Like he had 20 pounds yesterday and said, I found a school of about 100 bass. It's very, very hard to catch, but the winning fish are definitely there. So we've got to keep an eye on Justin Hamner. He's not had the start like a Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman have had this morning, but we definitely need to keep an eye on Justin Hamner. He's up in an area that we talked about on day one could produce 20 pounds a day, and he was able to do that yesterday.
I think Cliff Prince had 16 to 17 pounds before Hamner even got to a spot.
So we made the long run all the way to the dam. It's about a 44-mile run, something like that. Got a little company this morning. Whole live shad, just been wearing them out on the bank. But it's all good. I've got this one little rock pile, and really all it is just like a little point, rock point that sticks out, so that current hits directly on it. And I mean, if you look at my live scope at all the fish just sitting on top of it, bait, everything, it's insane. But these fish are super smart, like crazy smart. But I'm gonna throw a lot more finesse-y type baits. Like this is that little net bait Twitch Junior, so it's just like a little 4-inch. And I mean, honestly, I'm just like letting it drift with the current. It's just weightless, do nothing. It's like anything that has too much action, they ain't about it. Oh, come on. Oh, I just saw him come up right there. That was a big one. I mean, that's how smart they are. You got to be perfect cast, just be subtle. My bait wasn't rigged straight in. They were schooling a little bit earlier, and it's been a slow deal, like as far as getting the big bites. We got 5, but oh, they started to come up right there. But every day, they've been turning on a little bit more water about 11 o'clock. And as soon as they do that, it's game on. I mean, if you get a little bit of wind too.
You see there, looking at his live sonar, that there are a lot of fish right there. And he said they're smart. Yeah, they get a lot of pressure, and he mentioned he's got some people fishing. It's Saturday morning.
Yeah.
There's some people fishing from the shore using live bait. They're catching a few of those fish, but the big key, and Justin mentioned that, is a little more current will position these fish and make these fish easier for him to catch. So when that happens, I definitely expect to see good things come from Justin Hamner and some better sized fish in his live well.
Graphic evidence is why he did off 45 miles of the 60 miles of Wheeler Lake. And another like John Garrett, he can fish with a little freedom here because he has knocked out a world championship already in this year of 2024. Grand Lake of the Cherokees in Oklahoma, winning this thing wire to wire.
Absolutely incredible performance there for Justin Hamner. 22 pounds to start the day and take the lead, and he never let it go. He wanted the world champion trophy, and he did hold that Sunday night. Justin Hamner with a great performance, the best fishermen in the world all gathered in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and he caught more than all of them, and certainly deserving winner, and not a big surprise to see him hold that trophy over his head.
Yeah, long been touted as one of the real hammers out here who had not broken through for a win, and he breaks in with the biggest win of them all. Right there at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic.
And with his big uptick this week and some guys falling, second in Angler of the Year, could he be the one who upsets Trey McKinney, wins both
got
big
that on the
titles in
table as
sport?
well.
Yeah.
We got a lot. Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on that for sure. But for now, it's Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman duking it out on the top. Prince with the advantage. We'll be back.
This is a Bass Assassin tap out, 7.5 inch. It's in red bug color, rigged on a greenfish tackle, Casey Ashley shaky head. I'm leading the event, but we're only halfway through. There's still a lot of fishing to be done, and we gotta do our part and land everything that bites, and hopefully there's enough there that I can catch 10 more. That'll be enough. I don't know what. I haven't looked to see what the other guys are catching. I have no idea. So, and I don't want to know. I want to go catch all I can catch and let it fall wherever it's going to. So, and hopefully I'm holding up a blue trophy Sunday.
Bass Pro Shops top lures with your tournament leader, Cliff Prince. That I don't want to know has kind of been the theme of his week here. He said, no practice. I'm just going to take a clear head into this tournament right here. No complications. Just keep it as simple as possible. He's made a pretty good case for how that works.
He really has. And, Cliff Prince has had some good runs at Palatka, Florida, St. John's River. He's such a great fisherman there. And I think he's learned maybe overthinking some of those tournaments in the past, cost him a chance to hold that blue trophy. Yeah. So I like his approach this week, and he is definitely in the driver's seat.
And I got to see yesterday, watching as a fan, him use that lure that he was talking about in the Bass Pro Shops top lures. When he pulled out the spinning rod, he caught that final 5-pounder, but otherwise the brunt of his morning work has been that bladed jig with that swim bait on the back of it. But that switch up yesterday, does that unlock some things for some anglers, Davey, especially if they get off of a chatterbait, they get off the bladed jig bite, that, hey, I know I can throw a regular shaky head around and still catch quality fish doing it, not just bites?
Oh, absolutely. It gives you more confidence to know that you've got a couple baits that are working. Day one, that bladed jig was the bait. It's the only thing he caught fish that he weighed in. But yesterday, he fished for those fish a little longer, and didn't lay off of them and mixed it up and used some other baits. So, yeah, having confidence that he could get a big bite on a different bait would certainly help him. Ray Hanselman's. Ooh. Here we go.
Wow. Feeding it to him.
Yeah.
Got ahead of a 4-pounder, but he's pretty railed out.
Smallest fish, 213. This will be close. I think it'll help him a little.
Nope. 2.5.
Well, you mentioned this.
Thank you, fishy.
Fish has a bigger head than body.
Yeah.
It's post spawn.
Yep.
Name of the game there. Now, we've seen some really healthy fish in the post spawn this week. They've seen, but you just see what, in some of the catches Cliff Prince had earlier this morning, and Ray, spitting up a bunch of big shad that have helped them get to their fighting weight again.
Some of the fish spawn a month earlier, maybe even 6 weeks earlier in a lot of cases there in Alabama. So those ones that we see that look so healthy, they spawned earlier and they've already recovered from that process. That fish probably just spawned, a few weeks ago.
I might try if I can call one more time without beating up. There's that stump. There's about 5 stumps on this shell bar that I think they congregate around. There's one over there, one right there, one right here, and one over there that I can hit. And each one of them have one of my lures hanging in it.
I've left a couple lures there. Fish there a lot. I know exactly where Ray is fishing now, and Cliff Prince. So a lot of history there. There's been a lot of fish caught through the years.
About how far apart are they?
As crow flies, a couple miles.
On the map, it looks
Ray is on before GPS, a full reveal here. 13-pole ditch.
Cast.
You ran parallel to the trussel till you got to the 13-pole. You hang a left.
I love that. Yeah,
that wasn't when Tommy Martin won the Classic, but it was in the 90s. Got a friend there, Jay Hill, that fishes there a lot. Talked to him last night, and because he was out on the water some yesterday, and definitely learned a lot more about exactly where Ray and Cliff Prince are fishing, what they're fishing. Both shell bars, both have held fish for many, many years.
What's interesting is the developments that you're talking about from the 90s. You've got trolling motors that have spot lock now, so you can, if you're in deeper water, you can click it and stay on your spot and pick a place out on the bank and be able to cast there. You've also got your pole anchors, whether you Raptors or power poles, you can pull down. We saw Cliff Prince pulled down because it's offshore, but it's shallow enough. And then you've got great electronics where you can have your waypoint or you can see what the structure you're fishing. Yet, everyone knew to be on the flats and have all that to their disposal. And a lot of people fishing around these guys are at home.
Even back in the day with a paper map, you could just look at all the contour, the maze of shallow water, deeper water, close together, being out of the current just a little bit off that main river. And then most years you have grass there too, so you have everything you need to be able to hold bass, largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass.
Back to John Garrett in 6th place with listed by Bass Track as 8.5 pounds.
Uh-oh, did he get it again? No. Yeah, he did. There's 5.
Now we can start throwing them back.
Yeah. Little stump bass.
Well, in addition to his win, John Garrett, 3 of 5 cuts this year as well. Bassmaster Elite Series, so he's doing very, very well in his rookie campaign here. But Cliff Prince, having his best tournament in a long time, looking to make it his best of all time. He's finished in a 3rd place before down in Florida, looking for the top spot. But we're a long way from that at this point right now. We'll see more when we come back. Well, coming up a week from today, we're going to have final round action from Lake Eufaula, the one in Oklahoma. Eufaula, Oklahoma on the Canadian River. And of course, this is the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. The EQ division very much prominent. That's how we find a pathway to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and some very strong anglers, and lots of them are going to be duking it out on that big reservoir there in Oklahoma. There's our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQs, the anglers who've committed to all 9 events in that series in order to make it. Get some consideration to get into the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Evan Kung of Canada, the man on top.
It kind of looks like our Elite Series points race, Tommy. You've got the leader with about a 30 to 40 point lead over 2nd place, and then it starts to get real tight below there, especially when you're going towards that cut line of we're showing the top 10, Bo Browning, but technically Bo's the first man out. Top 9 make the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That's
so
right.
Bobby Bakewell, no pressure going to Eufaula. You're the bubble boy in every event. It's not ending today, Tommy, but every time you're on the bubble, you're still a little fearful.
Oh, yeah. You feel a little something there for sure.
Water will be high, you know, a little bit there. We've got a bunch of rain in this region of Arkansas, Oklahoma, so keep an eye on that.
Leader hooked up again.
He's got one small one in a live well he needs to get rid of. Looks like a good one. Smallest fish, 2 pound, 4 ounce. Ooh, that's definitely more than 2 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's where they move to. Maybe he'll help, huh? He should, hadn't he?
Only one way to find out.
That's right. Definitely bigger than that one. Bigger than that one.
You've got one in your live well, smaller than the one you just caught. You can swap them out, release the smaller one. Upgrade your limit.
Yeah.
Cliff is trying to do right now.
Good problem to have.
Oh,
A
yeah.
little after 8 in the morning.
Well, Cliff Brent's just continuing to prosper on this day. And John Cox was not real happy about his change to start day number 3 and decided to make a move, and now he's set up and fishing.
Back in the area that he caught the 22 pounds in day 1, a small backwater area though.
So we just came back to where we fished yesterday. You know, the other spot, I mean, we were getting bites and it was tough leaving, but it just didn't seem like the right size. And, you know, I feel like just from what we've been catching in here, if we get a couple of the right bites, we'll make the top 10. So that's gonna be the goal. So I think we're really 3 nice bites in here, you know, that 3-4 pound range, and we should make that top 10. So we're gonna keep casting around and probably, I think the plan, oh my gosh. One followed it there.
Cox, as you said, Davey, back where he did his damage on day number 1, and it was significant. There's our top 4, though, as they're laid out. Prince, Hanselman, Shakurit, and Gore.
Very different look than John Cox. They are out on the Decatur Flats and the edge of the Tennessee River, not far from takeoff.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we got Justin Hamner starting the day in 2nd place, way up the river, waiting for things to start popping there as soon as they maybe push the current a little bit there.
We've gotten so many looks at Wheeler already. A couple guys, you know, in the Elk River that we've seen, some guys way back in other little creeks. We've seen down by the Wilson Dam, basically, or within sight of it. You've seen, or the Wheeler Dam. We've seen the Gunnersville Dam, Decatur Flats.
Big age differences there. A couple 50-year-olds and a couple mid-20-year-old guys on the bottom there.
It's a mixture.
It's a mixture. Got some variety. Some would call it diversity.
Variety, yeah.
Stop using that word.
Wetherall trying to fish himself back into the top 10. Might do it.
Little 2-pounder.
It's his third keeper. You see those 4 to 6 pounders that Cliff and Ray catch, and then we see someone catch a nice solid 2-pound keeper, and it just looks so small.
One step closer. Just want to get a limit, a little peace of mind, and then go after some bigger bites.
Exactly.
Yeah, just say 2 even.
Connecticut angler's best finish with the Elite Series was down in the state of Texas. 8th place on the Sabine River.
Yeah, 2 of his top 10s are on the Sabine River Authority.
Well, yeah.
Toledo and Sabine.
Yeah.
They fish totally different, and they fished totally different, but yeah, that's, for a Connecticut kid, that's not expected, probably.
No. Lawrence bird's eye view.
Some big ones. They've had no problem eating this giant bait.
Sense of scale there and color of the water.
Beautiful, very fertile water.
There he is. That feels better. That's
he's got one hooked up. That's a great shot.
There we go.
Number 4.
Thank you, Lord. Not big. Not big. But that's a solid limit filler. Almost 3. I'll take 5 of those all day. Okay, number 4. All right. Now it's about time. I'm gonna move this real quick and throw some ice in here.
Not a great year last year for Wetherall, but this year, this finish, he's going to get inside classic contention. He started near 50th. Now he's going to get inside the 30s.
They're getting bigger.
Yeah.
That'll help.
Going in the right direction, no doubt about that. Wetherall from Middletown, Connecticut, out here in Alabama, Decatur Flats. Let's take a look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings. Of course, our leader in both that and Angler of the Year category, Trey McKinney, on top. I did not do well. A little bit far behind him now is John Garrett, Wesley Gore in the mix as well. J.T. Tompkins, Tyler Williams of Maine, Kyle Patrick from New York, Robert G. of Alabama, Logan Parks, Alabama, Ben Milliken, Texas, and Timothy Doobie as well. We'll be right back. Day 3 moving day at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. We've got 50 anglers out there gunning for 10 spots in tomorrow's finals. Our live coverage brought to you by FXR. Beautiful shot of the Decatur Flats right there. Of course, always here. We take a look at the weather. It's going to be a hot one today. TH Marine Weather Watch. 96 degrees, a little bit hotter than yesterday. And of course, in the southern tier of states, you get that Gulf moisture creeping in, which makes it a little bit sweatier. Nothing unusual for this time of year. All the anglers have that factored in. They're watching themselves. Of course, as always, the lockmaster for information here in the studio is Ronnie Moore at the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge. So let's let it flow.
I promise you, we got plenty of lock times today. We'll try to dish out some info, some good and some not so good. And I got to highlight the latter here at the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge. 2 anglers in our Angler of the Year race. Progressive AOY, one of the most touted awards in the sport of fishing. Consistency over 9 event season. We talk about at this point in the year, over halfway through. If you haven't caught them yet, yet to make the Bassmaster Classic. You don't have many days left in the season. You need to do that. But for those who are at the top of the leaderboard, we had high expectations for a couple guys coming in. We were saying for these two anglers, Corey Johnston and Jordan Lee, Trey McKinney better watch out because we're going to Jordan Lee's home state of Alabama for Wheeler Lake and our next event is Smith Lake. And then the last two events, two great places for Corey Johnston, places that, and Chris Johnston, his brother, but for Corey specifically, two places that you expect a possible win from him. Jordan and Corey, though, had uncharacteristically poor events here at Wheeler. 88th for Corey Johnston this week, 92nd for Jordan Lee. They're both sitting at home today getting prepared for the Smith Lake event in 2 weeks. And that has dropped them from, Jordan was second in points and Corey was fourth in points, and it dropped them to 6th and 12th respectively. And to just put it in perspective, there's a 100-person field. There's opportunities to stumble and struggle for every angler every single week. But for these two guys, this is one of their worst finishes of their career. I think Jordan Lee only has 2 finishes worse than 92nd at the pro level, and they were years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. One of them was his rookie year, and one of them was back in 2018. And then for Corey Johnston, only one time he has finished worse than this, and this is only the second time he's ever missed a check on the Elite Series level, and that was the Okeechobee event to kick off last year where he got 91st place. So for Corey Johnston and Jordan Lee, I mean, no matter what lake we're on, we expect great results from him. And so a little bit of a shock that they both fell out of contention. They're going to need 3 really good ones if they're going to catch Trey McKinney, since he did make the cut this week.
No matter who you are, what your resume, you can always have a rough one sneak up on you. Davey, you know that.
I certainly know all about those rough ones. But it's uncharacteristic, like you say, just so.
It's like some of the basketball players who score 20 every night and then they score 12, and you're like, what in the world?
Yeah.
You score 20 every week, every day.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And Corey, in his defense, he's from Canada, but he catches them everywhere.
Yes, everywhere.
But Jordan Lee in Alabama, that's the last place.
Time we got a bite.
You would have ever thought he would stumble.
Alex Redwine, Ohio angler, Great Lakes region.
Number 2 for now. Big worm.
I believe Redwine was nearly one of the youngest anglers to qualify for the Elite Series a few years ago when he did it, but Trey obviously has reset that whole scale.
Yeah, we better.
19 and 18.
Bite's a bite, though. Haven't felt one in a while.
Alex, remember that 2022 class of rookies?
I think he won the points race for the Northern Division that year.
Yeah.
Or no, I
the
think
previous year.
I think it was a 3-way tie. I'm pretty sure. Jonathan Kelly, Mike Iaconelli, and Alex Redwine. I think it was like a 3-way tie, and maybe he lost out on the tie, and Jonathan Kelly won it. I think.
That's some top-level stats knowledge there, Ronnie.
No, hey, there's some wiggle room for error there.
Had a lot less current this week. We've talked about that every day, but the wind has been amazing. For 3 days, there has been little to no wind at all to help the fishermen out a little bit. Not only with the heat, but help the fishing itself.
Yeah. Not much predicted for today, 5 to 6 miles an hour. Every little bit helps, but boy, they would love a 10-mile-an-hour breeze for a while, for an hour anyway.
And it does blow there. I've been on that lake when it's
wide open space like that. You can get
the first event that B.A.S.S. event I fished there in the mid-90s. Roland Martin sunk a boat on the Decatur Flats. It was so rough.
Kidding. Wow.
I'm pretty good right now. We got a limit. We got 2 smaller ones. We got 3 pretty good ones. We had a stellar morning, to say the least, comparatively speaking to what's been going on. So we got all day. We're going to run around and
try to catch one great big one. This is the first day I haven't had a 6-pounder, so I'm a little beside myself to have what I got without a big one. But we're going to keep fishing around. We're going to run some grass. We're fishing isolated patches right now. Then we'll go right up above us and fish some thicker stuff and just try to get lucky and get one. And then fish shallow for a little while. We're just going to junk it up and try to get 1 4 or 5 pound bite. But we're going to be around them somehow.
Wesley Gore again from Clanton, Alabama, not too far from here. And a great, great rookie year campaign for him.
Certainly is.
There are 4 rookies in the top 10 AOY points.
Yeah. This is earlier today with Wesley.
Wesley not having the weight so far that he had on day 1 and day 2, but like he mentioned, he is really technically way ahead of the game because he doesn't have that almost 6-pounder like he had on day 1 and day 2. If he gets that, he'll be well over 20 pounds.
Way better start than yesterday.
Wesley's got a bone to pick with this place. I mean, he had a great campaign in the Opens last year to make it to the Elites, but he finished 95th here last year in that Open.
About the same time of year as well for the season, about halfway through the Opens, and so the last half of the year was an uptick for him to make him jump back into contention for sure. But
smallmouth there. You heard him mention he is fishing patches of grass where Cliff Prince is fishing shell bars, no grass. There's grass in the area, but he's fishing a clean spot. Ray Hanselman, a little combination of the two, starting out on a shell bar and then moving to some thick vegetation, but Wesley Gore really focusing on the thicker clumps of vegetation, catching largemouth and smallmouth bass.
And I might have missed it. I couldn't see right beside him who the boat was, but it looked like another wrapped boat when he was landing a few of those fish. So not only is he having to make up some weight on our leader, Cliff Prince, he's also having to share some of these spots. Some of these guys who do have great possibilities are spreading fish out. Even like we saw Logan Parks on day 1 with John Garrett, they both had known of fish where they were going to go. Same with Alex Redwine and Jay Shakir. At some point, even if you're friendly, you're going to end up splitting fish, and it may lead to the demise of both. You both won't be able to win. Could have great finishes, but not be able to win splitting fish.
That's why I mentioned earlier. You don't see people sharing fish. You see it a little more now than you did in years past, but you don't see it a lot even in 2024.
Back to Alex Wetherall. Well, your odds are better for getting a little spot to yourself today because we have half as many anglers as the first 2 days. And tomorrow should be much, much better. Only 10 anglers going out tomorrow.
Interesting to watch Alex, the way he is fishing this worm, jighead worm. We see a lot of other guys fishing them this morning. Ray Hanselman's caught a lot of good fish on it, but he's hopping this bait up off the bottom a lot more than the other anglers we've seen.
Each day I just have to locate them, so feel comfortable with that. Getting the limit in the boat certainly helps the nerves if there are any, so.
I love the way you mentioned helps with the nerves if there are any. The biggest stage in professional bass fishing, if there are any nerves. I think everybody's heart is pumping.
Pounding a little bit.
Yes.
Alex is I can call him a kid because I'm about the same age as him, and I still refer to myself as a kid. So Alex is a great kid, and I've got to learn more about him through the Opens, covering him for years because he was a journeyman, a veteran, 6-7 years on the Opens. I think he started when he was maybe around 19 when he started fishing the Opens as well, and then worked for a tackle company in the industry while still doing that, trying to come from the Northeast and fish a couple divisions, and qualified right before we made our full event switch to 9.
Well, again, the objective today, be on that list. Top 10 only will advance to Sunday, Championship Sunday. Cliff Prince, going for his first ever blue trophy, a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series, still holds a good solid lead ahead of Ray Hanselman, Jay Shakurik, Wesley Gore, John Garrett in there as well, all the way down to Jacob Fouts, who just gained the top 10. We'll be right back. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Judge and Soto power the Yankees against Rafael Devers and the rival Red Sox, or the Rangers take on the Mariners. It all begins at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Oh, Yankees, Red Sox. Let's go.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite sounds good too. You're at Wheeler Lake. 6th stop of the year, only 9 events. Elite season, very, very important, each and every one of them. Right now we have 50 anglers who have survived the first 2 days of competition to survive the field being cut in half. The man right there, he's the story of this tournament so far. Cliff Prince, laboring in the Elite Series for 14 years, still looking for his first championship. Got a ways to go, but certainly is laying the groundwork for just such an outcome.
Got him that time. Oh, that's still like a good one.
A real good fish.
Yeah, it's a good dude. Don't you come off, you sapsucker.
He has lost a few fish this morning. Doesn't need to lose this one. Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. It's a giant dude. Holy crap,
yes, sir.
Dude. Look at that frickin' toad. That is a 7-pounder, dude. That just freaking happened. Oh my God. Where did that come from? Dude, look at that freaking hydrilla gorilla right there, son. Holy cow. Dude, he's hooked on the outside of the mouth. It come from the outside.
That might be new big bass of the tournament.
Acme had a 7-pound 9 ounce.
7.9.
Wow, that is built.
It's a beautiful fish.
Holy gibbies.
I think that'll call.
Yeah.
Got 3 3-pounders.
Where did that come from, dude? Oh my God.
We can officially say he only has 2 3-pounders now, so.
I mean, that is a toad.
That's a freaking stud right there, son. When it hit it, I was like, that's a good one. And then when I seen it out there, I'm like, oh my God. Holy cow, that one right there is a gift, son. You hear me? We living right. We are living right.
Loses some 3s this morning. Davey says maybe we won't even have to worry about that later, and that 7 will make you forget about it.
What a beautiful fish. You see just how healthy that fish is. Short,
Yeah, he's
just
like a
solid.
Only thing it's missing is bug eyes. Everything else looks perfect about it.
4-pound cull would give him the Crush City Monster bag of the event.
Wow.
Cox had 22 pounds, 2 ounces on day 1. 4-pound cull, he's an ounce or 2 over that.
I think it's all a 4-pound cull. If you had a 3-pounder in there, Davey, that's at least a 7.
Yeah.
Oh, that's every bit of, my goodness.
I
thick
think
fish.
it's certainly
That's rivaling the
Phoenix
big
big bass of the tournament. That fish.
That's a Wheeler Lake walrus.
Yes.
That was fun.
Absolutely.
I want to see him weigh it.
No, he's old school. I don't think you're going to see him weigh it.
I wanted
Man,
to see
I don't know what just happened. A gift from God. I'm telling you, I never would have thought that a 7-pounder would show up on the 3rd day, and I've been fishing this area for basically 3 days, but I haven't spent a whole lot of time just beating on them. But it's been the 8:30 to 9 o'clock has been when the big ones have shown up for whatever reason, and I don't know. It's been a phenomenal 3 days, and we got one more day. We got to survive today and make it happen tomorrow. And I feel like if I can land what bites tomorrow, I think we'll be okay. You know, we'll have a shot. So.
Skeeter boats, big fish alert. There it was right there. Cliff Prince, it went in as a 6-pound, 12-ounce.
He's such a nice guy. He doesn't want to overestimate.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he was about a pound low yesterday on his bass track.
I think he's about a pound low on that one.
On that
Oh,
fish,
just the one
yeah.
fish?
Gosh, that's a big one.
He's got 21.15, 61 pounds, 10 ounce total on bass track. And his lead is now more than 8.5 pounds, 8.11 exactly.
Wow.
Well, good on Cliff Prince.
Wow.
And Hanselman has a good bag at 19.11.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, Hanselman's doing his job, getting close to 20, if not already 20 pounds. But unless Cliff falls, you're going to have the biggest bag of the event 2 days in a row to be able to make up the deficits.
Hanselman has some headroom. He's got a 213 and 2 3-pounders. I was going to say about Wetherall. He was 88th in AOI last year, but he left tournaments and went home and worked.
Yeah, that's
And
why
then
he quit the industry.
He went all in this year, and he's going into pre-practice, and it's showing.
How about that? How about that? That was sick. That was sick. Oh, okay, relax.
Good example there why you always keep your lure in the water.
Working on a 2.5 pound average.
Made a cast, set his rod down, and take a sip of water, and just caught a fish that's going to help him.
AOY update, Trey McKinney has 5 for 7 pounds. He's moved up. He's actually increased his points lead.
Jay not having a bad day. He's got 3 threes in the boat. Just Hanselman and Prince are kicking it out there.
They are, and then, when it looks like some guys are going to make a push, make a run on them, Cliff just catches a 7-pounder. Get back where you were.
Easy solution.
Come on. There we go. That's a good fish. Look at that.
Solid fish.
Engulfed it. Not coming off.
If it just wasn't following up a 7-pounder, that would be a really nice fish.
That's over 3.
Shakirat's been out here not that long, but it's crazy. He turns 25 next week.
I wonder what that's going to be.
Let's see.
Let's take a second.
Would it be Jay Secured? He's having a great morning.
Not
That's
bad.
a solid
Don't
fish.
throw
but-
Jay in the realm of this. That's not fair.
Cliff Prince has been waiting 14 years on this moment, for this moment. Cliff Prince, power pole replay of the day. We all knew it was a big one. It was fighting a little bit, but never jumped. He gets it up beside the boat, and look at this slaunch. Straight up slaunch right there.
Look at
Cliff
that
Prince,
frickin'
7
toad.
pound, day 3 largemouth. Wheeler Lake, power pole replay
That
of the
is a
day.
7-pounder, dude. Oh my God.
Couldn't say it any better
Are you
myself.
freaking kidding me?
Are you kidding me, Cliff?
Give me some on that one, son.
No brainer. Power pole replay of the day.
Dave, you think that's going to beat 7-9? When
It's all
I
over.
think so.
It's all over. I would say it looks a little.
Look at that.
It's
Oh
so
my
short.
God, it's so
but,
tall, though.
But it might just look short because it's so big around.
So perfect, too. It looks like it's computer generated.
It really is.
I was wrong. I said it missed the bug eyes, but when I saw the replay of him putting in the live well,
yeah.
you could see the
He had
whites on him. So
He had it all going on.
Yeah, there was some sunny side up eggs there for eyeballs.
Cliff Prince looking great for now. What a tremendous moment for him in his career right there. Ray Hanselman, Secured, and Gore all giving chase. We'll be back.
Okay, yeah, this is the Bassmaster Elite Series. I'm Ray Hanselman. The grass has kind of been my main pattern. That's what I caught them on yesterday. Mostly it was, throwing some ripping baits through the grass. And when we first started practice, we were kind of post-frontal, or frontal was blowing through, and there was some current, so it had them biting, but like the second and third day of practice, it wasn't as good. Yesterday and today, I think it's getting more in the steady weather pattern for this area, and the fish are kind of grouped back up and starting to feed again. So I don't foresee it changing it too much. Like I said, these schools I think they're just getting more and more on them.
BMC on point with the man from the Lone Star State, Ray Hanselman from Del Rio, on the border, on the river, as the name suggests, Lake Amistad country. He didn't have a great start in Texas. We keep harping on that. I'm sure he's ready for us to be done with that, but he is making up for it. He is making up for it today. He's got a big task ahead of him. Our coverage here live brought to you by FXR at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Decatur, Alabama. You see that move that Cliff Prince has made right there. Ray, he's 8 pounds back. But, we saw what one swing of the rod can do.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to give credit where credit's due. Cliff Prince catching 7-pounders. Jason Garrett, Ray Hanselman, Wesley Gore. I mean, you just keep on. John Garrett. They're all having a great event and doing well each and every day. But you swing 7-pounders in the boat, nobody's going to gain much ground on you.
We are 3 hours into the third day of competition, and only 8 people have surpassed what Cliff Prince's day 2 weight was at 39.11.
Oh, that's a good sign for Cliff Prince right there. Why don't we just go right back down to him and take a look at what we have seen from Cliff Prince today.
So
it is
nice.
formidable.
We better show it twice.
Holy crap, dude. Look at that freaking hydrilla gorilla right there, son. Holy cow.
Possibly the biggest fish of the tournament, Davey.
Yeah, I think it's certainly.
For a guy who already had a lead and a guy who has plenty of 3s and 4s, it seems, in his region.
Oh man, I don't know where that fish come from, but I'll take them any way I can get them. But man, I'm telling you, no better feeling than right now. It's hot, but I don't feel it. I mean, I could walk over glass right now. I mean, it's been a good 3 days. We still got a lot of fishing to do, but I feel good about my chances. As long as the fish cooperate, I think we'll be all right. These locals have been just freaking awesome. All the tournament anglers have been very courteous. I mean, it's not very often that you get a spot like this to yourself with this many fish, fishing against these guys, because they don't miss nothing. I fished against them on my home lake, and I know what they find. And I can't believe somebody else didn't find it. Maybe they did. And I don't know, but nobody has even offered to come over here, and you don't get that very often at all.
You've been professional bass fishing for 100 years. What would it mean to win your first elite?
You know, I've wanted one bad for a long time, and it's every tournament angler's dream to win one. I've been close, should have won several. I beat myself, and that's not going to happen this week. I'm not going to beat myself. I'm fishing against the fish. I'm not fishing against the other anglers. So I feel like if they stay, we get 5 bites tomorrow, we're going to be hard to beat. But we'll see how the cards lay and take one at a time tomorrow.
A little bit about what Cliff's saying there. Fish against these guys on my home lake. He's referring to when the elites go to Palatka, Florida, fish the St. Johns River, the same group of anglers, and he's lived there his whole life, and what has taken him his whole life to learn, these guys figure out 98% of it in just 3 days. It's a testament to how good the other anglers are, and he's right. You don't get a place with this many fish on it very often to yourself fishing at this level.
You want to know, in his career, he has 25 top 20s, 7 of them on his home body of water at the St. John's. So he has shown up when the lights are brightest there. But like he said, just the day one from a few years ago, all of his fish dying and couldn't cull, ends up having a huge comeback and just falls just short of being able to win that event. And it's just, he's beat himself.
So hard to win. Talk about it all the time. It's difficult to win. Your home water, or in 1,000 miles away, it's hard to win. So many things. There's so many things that are in your control, and that's what Cliff's saying. I'm not going to beat myself. Yeah. But we all, as anglers, we know there's a lot of things that are not within our control.
That's really a
we
thing.
use mechanical, items. There's just lots of things that can go wrong that's out of your control. But that's that's going to be the case this week.
Maybe that's really a thing. Maybe you just need to slow down a little bit, Alex.
Meanwhile, Alex is on the lay your rod down and take a sip of water pattern.
It shows the need to mix up your retrieve. When he's sitting there popping the big worm, and now it just sits there for a minute, and then when he picks it back up and pops it, those fish are probably dialing in on it, and then they react.
When it happens twice, it's not just a coincidence. Yeah. And he is fishing his worm faster than anyone we've seen all week, so it should tell him a little something.
Which I believe is that. Yeah, I think it's that one. No, that's 1. Which one is 2? This one. No, that one's. Gosh, dang. It's 2 pounds.
Guys, we're talking about Cliff Prince and how good he's doing. The last 3 Elite Series events we've had,
you don't get that opportunity.
Have had 10-pound plus wins, double-digit victories.
Yeah.
John Garrett,
That's a good point.
Corey Johnston,
Like I say,
Patrick
I appreciate
Walters.
it.
All won by double digits.
What's that? No, y'all are fine. Y'all are perfectly fine.
So this goes on 3.
Well, Cliff Prince started the day with a 2 pounds plus lead and has extended that in a mighty way, up to 8 pounds plus right now. So what a great performance by him. Other strong performances today. We pretty much have to mention Jay Shakura I think he's due for a Mercury move of the day, going from 10th place to where he is now, Davey.
He's had a great start, certainly Mercury move of the day. Cliff Prince has just kind of been the elephant in the room, so to speak, here this morning. But Jason Garrett with a great move this morning, going from 10th to 3rd place. Solid fish here. You look at 3-pounder, 3-pounder, 3.5, you know, and right on down there. All good, solid fish.
One big
6
thing,
out of 7 days of the week, but not today. Cliff Prince has just had those exceptional fish.
that's one big thing. You can make a move with a bunch of 3-pounders like Jay Shakira, like maybe John Garrett's done. You're gonna have to have some 5s or a 7.5 like her fence maybe.
Cliff Prince on top. What a great catch we saw from him a while back. And he's one of the guys, he exemplifies that term. One of the best to never win a tournament. So many great fishermen have not won a tournament on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's getting ever and ever closer, but far from deciding.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
It is a steamy hot semifinal Saturday here for the 6th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake in beautiful Decatur, Alabama. This event was set up to be the changing times with our Angler of the Year race, and it definitely has lived up to that. The FXR, got to thank FXR for being our sponsor that brings this live coverage to you, and a great partner of Bass. But atop the leaderboard, a guy who we have seen knock at that door so many times, 14 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Cliff Prince, the Prince of Palatka, with 61 pounds and 10 ounces. Ray Hanselman right behind him. Not really weight-wise. If you look at Cliff Prince has put a big pad on that weight, and that has been the pattern all week long. He has got him early and often and literally just laid up and enjoyed the Alabama sunshine. And, well, really just guarded his spot for the rest of the day. Yesterday was done by 9:30, and he has done his work early and often. 68,000 acres is Wheeler Lake, and that is our playing field. And I am joined by an unlikely guest, but a guy who I love to spend some time with. That is 2022 Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie. What are you doing here?
I don't know. I'd like to say I'm glad to be here, but I'd rather be out there fishing, you know. But I guess if I can't be fishing, hanging out with you and the fans and the booth is the second best thing. But I just, you know, missed the boat this week. It's typical offshore fishing. You either find it or you don't.
Well, if you ever wonder how obsessed these guys are with angling, I was nice enough to be invited to your place last night. You and Gussie had me over for some burgers, and guess what we did? We watched Bassmaster episodes. That's what we did on our night off. But let's get out on the water right now with somebody who is always a lot of fun to watch. And that is a guy who has also knocked at the door. It's shocking to think he hasn't won an Elite Series event because he's had so many top tens. But John Cox in the mix here again this week.
That was a ooh. Yeah. There we go. There's number 5. Oh, gosh. Oh, I love this. I'm not going to lie. This is, came all the way in there. Did you see that guy come up and get it? Guys, look how nice that fish is. Oh, my gosh. Let's see if you guys didn't see yesterday. Swamp Lord getting it done. Good luck. I think they're back ordered pretty big time on Tackle Warehouse because of Jordan Lee. And they're definitely, man, look at that thing. I've caught so many on that one. It's got a great hook in it. It's nice and soft. Man, when they come up and get it, oh my gosh. That's what saved us this week in the tournament, for sure. All right, that's 5. So, all right, here we go. Just got 2 more bites like that, and I think we'll make it. And anything can happen on the last day. Just got to be there. We haven't made a top 10 yet this year, which is just, I mean, usually, you know, anytime we have a shot at making the top 10, it's usually in the beginning of the season. So, you know, I've been, you know, really hoping to make at least one of them, you know, at least fish one final day this year.
Kind of show me what you're doing when you squeeze the frog. Are you just putting the water out?
Yeah, so what I'm doing, I'm clearing it. So a lot of times, like if you get junk in it, I'll have a squeeze it, but it doesn't fill up unless you like get a fish or drag it into the weeds.
But what I'm doing, I'm having to clear the weeds off a lot because a lot of this is like dying. I don't know if it was sprayed or whatever, but you know, it's like that nasty stuff. You know, it's not fresh milfoil, and the mats are packed a little thick. Yesterday they were really thick. Today they're a little bit thinner as the water comes up. And I think if we keep getting a little bit, you know, I mean, even if it's an inch and it comes up, you know, the frog's able to run through it a little better, and the fish are able to get up and actually, you know, like that one, and actually find it and get it. So, man, I'm excited. And man, I also, this rod, just swapped a Fenwick. You know, they have just a huge variety of different actions and everything. So I'm like learning it a lot this year, and I was using a shorter rod frogging, but man, I was watching the guys last week, you know, Brandon Coulter and them, and the 7.5 heavy extra fast is by far, it is an awesome frog rod. I mean, it just, when you see it's got nice soft tip for walking it, and then it just goes straight into the backbone to drive the hook. But man, that whole setup with the Xenon reel, could do it all day. You know, I don't even like, when I caught getting that one bite, that makes my entire day. Let's get a little retie and see if we can't get another one. Whew. That is so much better than fishing out. Hey, we got one. Two more like that. Maybe we'll make it. Maybe.
Just because it's semifinal Saturday doesn't mean you got to keep casting, right, Jason Christie? I mean, sit down, have a seminar.
Like this dude, there's a few guys on the Elite Series that really intrigue me. Hackney's one, you know, and this guy right here is another. Whenever you least expect it, he shows, you know, like I kind of wrote the shallow deal off. I'm like, there's not a chance to win. And this guy proves you wrong. And we just watched. I mean, he literally probably fishes 3 or 4 hours a day because he talks the rest of the time. So if he ever decides to fish for 8 hours, we'll all be fishing for second. But he's a great fisherman. I mean, every time you look in the results, it just seems like his name's somewhere in the top 10. It's crazy that he hasn't won yet.
He was really excited at takeoff this morning. I talked to him about it on the microphone. He didn't say it again. But when I talked to him off the microphone, he was like, the water's up a little bit today, and he's really excited.
Is he never not excited?
Well, no, he's always happy,
yeah.
but he was a little more tweaked out than normal.
Yeah.
Says he's a little concerned about those power lines. Said he might have a bit of a headache.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen this dude not smiling.
Well, from John Cox, let's have a look at our tournament leader. Cliff Prince has been getting them early and often the first 2 days of competition. And guess what? A day 3, no different.
Freaking start right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Rare is what he's found a little zone, and he literally has not milked it because he protects it the rest of the day, but how rare is it to find that here?
Well, I mean, there's 100 guys that went out there trying to find that spot, you know, and it looks like there's a couple of guys that found it. I actually spent an entire day out there where he's at, and I obviously didn't find it, but you know, we shot a couple shows last week, offshore shows, and that's what we talk about a lot was, you know, when you go offshore, you may have 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours where you don't catch them, but whenever you find, it can be some of the, you know, the funnest fishing that you've ever had, just quick and easy. And gosh, to find it in an Elite Series event like that, and you know, Gussie and I was talking this morning, how cool would it be to go out and catch 20 pounds and just sit in your boat the rest of the day? You know, I would go buy a little tent. You know, you could do all your tackle.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's just there's a lot of things that would just be. One of these days, I'd like to be able to do that. But I'm usually having to catch number 5 on the way back to the weigh-in. So.
And with the 2 o'clock Central Time weigh-in, I mean, think about the evenings he's having. So relaxed. His stuff's all done. I mean, literally just has to gas up and.
Right. He's going to be really, really hard to beat. You know, I hope that. I hope that nobody fishes, you know, after, you know, this evening or something like that. But it seems like there's so many fish there, and they're always going to probably bite a little better early. So without a doubt, you know, he'll catch what he needs to catch, I think, in the morning.
Talk to me about him as a competitor. And truly one of the good guys.
He is. You know, Gussie's got the reputation of being super nice, and Cliff's right there with him. I mean, you know, we go to Palatka. He calls and asks if there's a place to stay. I mean, he's taking us saltwater fishing. His whole family's just that way. They're just good people, and he's a really good fisherman. You know, he's growing. He's got a son that is outstanding fisherman, and we'll probably see him on the Elite Series at some point. He may take my job one day. You never know. But Cliff he is one of the really good guys.
Let's listen in and see if we can get an update from him. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll do that after the break. He's just going to keep on fishing, and hey, he'll do his talking on the scales.
He's nice, but he doesn't talk too much to John Cox.
John Cox sat down. I mean, how frustrating was that for you to watch as a competitor? You're not allowed to fish today, and he's allowed, and he's not even doing it.
Yeah, he's just like talking. Like I said, he fishes 4 hours a day and still gets in the top 10.
He is in the top 10. John Cox in 8th place, but atop the leaderboard, Cliff Prince, and as you can see, an incredible lead at this point in the tournament. A lot of fishing time left today, but they got to start chasing down the Prince of Palatka because he's atop the leaderboard at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Welcome back to the second biggest lake in Alabama. 68,000 acres Wheeler Lake is, and it has been an incredible playground for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Anglers fishing in a lot of different ways. I mean, when you circled the calendar, you would have said, hey, this all going to be forward-facing sonar, and we've seen some of that, but we've seen just about everything else. Atop the leaderboard, Cliff Prince trying to chase him down. His nearest pursuant, a two-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, Ray Hanselman Jr., who owns one of the most unique records in the sport. Once won an entire division of Costas and the championship. I mean, full sweep. I mean, that's downright greedy, but he would love to seal the deal on this event. Jason Christian, let's get out to him right now. Ray Hanselman Jr., not a bad day. Let's not let what Prince is doing rain on his parade. His family flew in for this.
Really?
Yeah, they were on the dock this morning, which is always nice. But Ray Hanselman has had a good tournament, and he's offshore as well.
He's a really good grass fisherman, you know, and offshore fisherman. You know, growing up, I think, in Texas, fishing a lot down there. But, yeah, he's hard to beat. I think he made the top 10 with us at St. John's, fishing a lot of the same way. You know, I was fishing around him. I was up on the bank, and he was out. But these guys, Ray and Cliff, are making it look easy.
Yeah.
Like, really, it's not that easy. They just found a few juice holes, and yeah, it's not that easy. I'm so envious.
I can feel that being right beside you. I mean, he's saying it, but I actually feel it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Talk to me about how key that is. Like, I mean, literally, it can be just a tiny, like literally the size of a table as we make our move over to Alex Wetherall. Fifth place currently, has made multiple Bassmaster top 10s. So in this situation, you can literally have boats right beside you. And still, like, it can be down to the right cast, not the right spot.
Well, I mean, in practice, you can fish right by that and not make the exact cast. You know what I mean?
Hooked up live.
A little bit better. Whoa. That's a little bit better. There we go. That's a 3-pounder. Ow.
Moments after I talked about the versatility happening in this event, it looks like everybody we've seen is doing the exact same thing.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of guys, and there's two different tournaments going on. You got these guys out there that's fishing, fishing around a lot of fish, and then you got the guys that's up on the bank that's just, Cox and Hackney and those guys. It's just, you're looking for one here, one there.
Come on, was you locking her?
Smallest fish, 2-4. Not anymore.
All right, it gets rid of a 2.5.
That fish 3 pounds 6 ounces.
Okay, there we go.
John Cox definitely doing something different. Let's get back to him. I mean, just to make Bass Live a little more painful for Jason Christie, look at that. I mean, you don't like doing that kind of bass fishing, do you?
Yeah, that right there just. Oh, now I'm really envious. But he's so good at finding these little.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
That's the best sound in bass fishing right there. Listen to the braid squeal.
Without a doubt. I think that's unanimous.
Oh, yeah, I think. Come on, stay. Come here.
Moving water.
Yeah.
Come here. I know. Come here. Come here. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. It's a big one. It's a big one. Oh, my gosh. Hey, we might come back today. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Whew. Gosh, that thing hooked him good. Well, that's why I don't have any transducers on there. That bite right there, that made my whole week. Swamp Lord, man, that Fenwick rod smoked it. Gosh, I mean, that's what we had to do. That's what we had to. Yeah, I'm just so thankful that I changed to that bigger rod. Wow, look at that, cold on its own. Wow, if things start going like that, look at that. You believe it? I don't believe it.
He's culling a 12 ounce.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and it literally jumped out for him.
I don't even know if that was the right 12 incher, but who cares? Let's get rid of that other one. Look at that mess. Oh, look at that. Oh, that was incredible.
He pulled half the mat in.
Oh, God, that was so awesome. Whew. All right, well, I know what we're doing the rest of the day. I was going to hang out. Whew. Man, I'm so glad I went up to that heavier rod because I wouldn't have been able to get that fish in. Oh, shoot.
Salad here.
Yeah, I don't.
Got any Thousand Island
Yeah,
dressing?
I don't know where my frog went. Somewhere in here. Oh gosh, look at this thing. Hold on. Let me show it. This, I'm telling you, I was shocked. I thought for sure, I'm like, it's just when we were coming out with this, but Bobby Lane did a lot of work on it, and I was for sure. I'm like, man, we're gonna make another hollow belly frog. Everybody has a hollow belly frog, but man, this thing. It's like everything you could possibly want in a good frog. Good hook, it's soft. The colors, man, we got amazing colors in there. Oh, look at that. Oh my, look how bad I'm shaking. Oh, I can't even cut it. Oh. I'm feeling 20 today. No, I think it's gonna be a good day. We got 2 in there, it's early. 2 of the ones we want. Oh, that felt good. It was funny. I was just thinking, I was like, man, I feel like I tore something in my arm on the last one. I'm like, I hope I can set the hook when this next one hits it. And I had to run all the way to the back of the boat. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a bite.
He just proved that they don't all go offshore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's always, I don't care what body of water you're on, there are always good fish that live shallow year round. They're just 2 different groups of fish, you know?
She wants me to meet her in Georgia tonight.
I kept wanting to try to find stuff that had something to do with current. Obviously, he's not in that. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's aggravating for me, but it's fun to watch, though. You know.
Yeah. Steal a word from Mark Zona. Welcome to the Pain Cave, Jason Christie. You're going to get to watch it again. John Cox hooks up with a giant bass that ends up culling a 12-ouncer, and the 12-ouncer jumped out of his live well for him. And literally, he has only cast half the time we have watched him. A frog so good, you have to fish half the time. That has got him in 4th place currently with 46 pounds, 2 ounces. And he can get scary in a hurry, as he said, a lot of day left ahead of him, Jason Christie.
Yeah, he seems to always, catch those big ones, and he's a guy that, the shallow bite, he's one that could make a run at Cliff.
Well, he is making that move, but Cliff Prince stays atop the leaderboard. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Welcome back. On location coverage, Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. We got a 4-box right now. Top corner, you have your tournament leader, Cliff Prince, Jay Shakuret, Ray Hanselman, and John Cox. And if I was better at my job, I would have read those in order. Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman, Jay Shakuret, and John Cox. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all in our 4-box. And it's important to put sunblock on, as Jay Shakuret is showing.
Yeah.
Very important.
It's really, it's hot here, but the humidity, you could cut it with a knife, literally, first stop, you're sweating already, and, it is important to do things. Everybody's a little bit different. I bet I drank a half a case of water yesterday and wear a hood, long sleeve shirt. And I tend to move a lot. It cools you down. Run the air conditioner some.
Yep. Well, Cox, what he's going throughout the day. He goes into that area, doesn't move till the end of the day. But let's have a Lowrance bird's eye view of our tournament leader, Cliff Prince, who has literally, till this point, dominated this event.
Yeah, you can look at the angle on his power poles. A lot of people, when you think of offshore, you're thinking 10, 20, 25 foot deep. His power poles, he's probably 3 or 4 foot deep, if I was guessing, casting to the same spot. It's just amazing how many fish, are living on that one little spot.
Said his only concern this morning was really local pressure. But so far, it's going good.
With the weight that he has, I'm kind of surprised, unless he has one small one, kind of surprised he's still fishing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to help none.
This is usually right around the time he shuts her down, 9:30. And he did that yesterday, caught a few fish, and then just said, hey.
Yeah.
I'm burning fish I don't need to be burning.
Yeah, everybody, he knows obviously a lot more than me about the area, and maybe he's not just fishing. Maybe he's got 2 or 3 different casts, you know what I mean? But good night, he has, according to Bass Track, 22 pounds.
He's not going to help. That's like the smallest one. I don't think he's going to. There's no way.
He's had a 5-fish limit for a while now, and he's saying that 3-1 not going to help.
That's a 3-pounder all day. That's good stuff, buddy. we got to quit. But I don't want, as soon as I got out of here and tried to get on the outside, everybody wanted to come and sit right on top of them. I mean, they need to kind of regroup, you know. It's kind of the way it's been the last couple of days is once I've caught them in the morning, I just kind of got away from them and stayed on the outside of it.
That's a good way to spend your semifinal Saturday.
Yeah. Call somebody and have them bring you a sandwich out there, like 3 times throughout the afternoon. Ice.
Well, let's head over to an Elite Series rookie who has already made 1 top 10 this year from Alabama, Wesley Gore. Out with him live right now. And he was giving Prosnick baits this morning, I saw.
Really?
Yeah. Like during the tournament, not before. Like Prosnick pulled right up and gave him a jerk bait.
Yeah, I don't know that I would do that, you know what I mean? Especially when, I mean, you're competing before or after the day, maybe, but.
Let's go, baby. Give me some. Yes. Not a giant. It's a good one, though. Let's go, baby. Look how big-headed that thing gets, dude, and short. One more.
Better than 112, which is his smallest fish.
Hold up, we got waves.
I mean, maybe he was just working on little angular relations.
Yeah, I mean I shouldn't say I wouldn't do it. I would do it, but
on a big
it's just surprising. Yeah, during the event.
212.
You know, think about this. Like they're catching them pretty good.
I'm gonna have to.
And we have no current.
And I gotta wait.
You know what I mean? I mean, in relation to what good current is.
It's right here.
I think they're running like 13,000, or they have been.
Smaller. I don't know which 2 it is.
According to Robert G., that's supposed to go up to like 20,000 at noon.
Yeah.
So should we expect a little bit better afternoon bite?
I think they'll group up some. You know what I mean? A little better. It's not going to help probably Cliff or Ray because they've found the mother lode. But some of these guys like this that, you know, they're having to fish 100 or 200 yard stretch because they're scattered out. You know, that current will group them up.
I think that's my smallest.
Make them easier to pinpoint and catch.
I'm just going to double check, but that one stays.
He continues to cull. I mean, when you think about that, the grouping up is the part that really makes it, because it makes them competitive.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
makes them easier to eat.
Right. You can run a plug through them rather than having to, you know, use a spinning rod and trying to. You're fishing. Your bait's going through, you know, dozens of fish as opposed to going by one. You know, I spent 2 days idling. This is a hard lake to idle graph because there's just so many fish in this lake. I mean, catfish, gar. I mean, there's just white bass. That's why it's kind of cool because a lot of times you got to find them by fishing.
Oh.
There's grass.
We are.
You know what I mean?
Cracking them. I think we got
all the way up at the Gunnersville Dam.
22 pounds.
Classic champ.
I don't know. We don't have any service, so Bass Track isn't updating probably. But yeah, we got 5 pounds. It's terrible. We're just sitting here waiting on the current to get going. I mean, there's a little bit of current, but it ain't right. I mean, these fish are just so lethargic, and they'll kind of halfway come up and chase at something. I mean, I'm throwing a little bitty finesse bait they still just kind of swim at it. But that current's supposed to start going a little bit better around 11. So, I don't know. Should have brought one of those like pink flamingo tubes. Just like drift it behind the boat. Feel like that would be more successful than fishing at a tail race when there ain't no tail racing. Oh, and it's hot.
Pretty good look at what's going on there.
He's got a few around the boat, don't he? You know, and you explained it perfectly. Like, once that current gets going, they just get more active. They group up a little tighter. They get more active. And what I see a lot on live scope is, you know, your plug comes through there. There'll be one that kind of chases after it a little bit. He's not the one that usually gets it. And the other one's like, I'm not going to let Bob get that before I get it. So, you know, it just becomes, and then once you get one to bite, then there's something that turns on in the water where it can happen real quick. But the lack of current, I mean, this place is really showing out this week as far as weight, you know, especially towards the top. But if we would have had some of that 20,000 in the morning, 35,000, you know, in the middle of the day, gosh, I don't know what, you know, I really don't know what we would have caught.
Is the current more important the closer you are to the dam?
I think so, because, you know, I actually ran up there during practice. I didn't fish. I've never been up there. I kind of looped around. There's not a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, there'll be a little high spot out there. He's got one chasing him.
Not anymore.
That sucked. At least we got one on the bite. Dang. Yeah, that.
But you notice how, like, they're just out suspended. They're kind of everywhere. You know, they'll be, and depending on the amount of current, there'll be places that they get. You know, if they were running 50,000, they're probably going to get right over there on the edge. You know, and kind of group up a lot better than what they are now. I think the biggest thing is just the mood that they get in when that water's rolling. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you take a bass in any situation, I mean, if it's all by itself, you throw a bait to it, it might eat. Mm. But if another one starts coming in, right away it hammers the bait. Yeah. So the closer, the more they're grouped together, the tighter they get. I guess just it's that competitive. I mean, it's like the first slice of pizza at a party. I mean, they bring the pizza out. People are just mulling around, or maybe a platter of Whataburgers.
Right.
But if I grab one, you're going to grab one.
I may not be hungry, but I see you eating it, and it's all of a sudden I want one, you know.
Justin Hamner having a rough morning so far. But as of yesterday, unofficially moved into second place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. So trying to become already a Bassmaster Classic champion, but trying to back it up with an Angler of the Year title in the exact same year. We'll be back in a few minutes from the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. A steamy semifinal Saturday here in Alabama, the first of two back-to-back with a week in between events here in Alabama. But this one, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake in beautiful Decatur, Alabama. And the sun has shined on us all week long. Hardly a breath of wind, but we're following all this action thanks to live coverage brought to you by FXR. Got to thank FXR for their great support of the great sport of fishing. And FXR is having a big year because one of their big sponsorees happens to be leading our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And let's have a look at that right now. 19-year-old fishing phenom Trey McKinney took over the lead for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year? Well, he took it over when he took his first win, which was all of his second Bassmaster Elite Series event. But you look at him atop that leaderboard with 550 points. And how different this leaderboard looks. Jordan Lee has slipped all the way down, but Trey McKinney started off with a horrible 12th place finish in his first Elite Series event. Missed the top 10. Well, he backed that up in the next event by weighing in the 4th biggest weight ever weighed in, and he wins that event on Lake Fork all season long. And this is a look at Toledo Bend, 12th place. So a good way to, that's decent. I mean, you're starting, you're 18 at the time he actually was. You got to be feeling good about that. But Lake Fork, it got a whole lot better, Jason Christie.
Yeah, giant. Another giant.
Everybody in the top 10 had a century belt, but atop that leaderboard was Trey McKinney, at that time 19 years old, and just 19 years old by a week. But then we headed to the Harris Chain, another top 10 there with a 5th place or 6th place finish there. St. John's River, that'll trip him up, won't it? Nope, still in the top 20 in 17th place. It's hard to believe at 19 years old. Honestly, I wasn't responsible enough to have a paper route at 19 years old.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing.
6th place on Murray. And he was under the weather. He was actually sick that week. Had a little scarf around his neck there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was under the weather.
Could have felt good. He probably would have won.
Yeah, totally. But this week seemed like the first time we're really going to see him tested. And this was the time where you would think Jordan Lee, we're in Alabama, he's going to make the big jump on him. Well, just when you thought he struggled, he whittled his way into the top 50 in 32nd place after day 2. And Jordan Lee, an almost unthinkable 92nd place finish in this tournament. And if Jordan's watching, I apologize for rubbing salt in it right there. But that'll look at your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, which is at the top of it. It's very similar to our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, and another rookie, John Garrett, who has also won an Elite.
There's one.
Who's also a rookie.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That might be big. Yeah, it's a good one. Yes, sir. First cast, Carolina rig. Tongue hooked, of course. All the way through his tongue. Shall I leave it?
Smallest fish 1-4, but that one should take care of that.
All right.
Carolina rig making a big comeback in bass
It is.
fishing.
It seems like this year there's been a lot of bass caught on it in the Elite Series. Probably a lot of bass everywhere, but these guys, I've seen more bass caught on the Carolina rig this season than I have, the last 10 seasons.
Blazing hot. Really hot. Just caught one close to 3 pounds, so we have 2 of the 5 we need, but it's been awfully slow on getting a good bite. But just put a Carolina rig on and caught one on my first cast with it, so go drag it around for a while, see if we get another one. If not, we're going to let the place rest again and let it sit for 30 minutes to an hour and come back, see if we get another one. We're just going to keep doing that through the day, and hopefully every time we pull up, we get a good bite. So, no, there's people around me fishing, but no one that can catch anything. So, it's yes and no. There is people fishing, but they might as well not be. Yeah, he's gonna blow up on a big now. Yeah.
Who is that?
That his roommate,
No,
Logan Parks.
Fun few days. I'd love to extend it and fish tomorrow, but right now we're going to try to avoid heat stroke and catch 3 more good ones so we can fish tomorrow.
There's not a breath of wind out there.
It's pretty much been like that, you know, the entire tournament.
Pre-fish too, or no?
No, we had a couple of days, you know, had a little wind. That's kind of what lured me in. We had one, you know, on the shallow grass bite, and I had some bites, and it just, no wind, no current. So I told my marshal, no wind, no current, no bass for this guy.
It is hot. John Garrett misses a fish. Let's check in with our Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner. He's cooling off. He said he's from Alabama. It's hot and sticky and miserable. He says, I'm used to it. But there, a veteran move.
Cooling off.
Put a little ice on the Bama bags.
Yeah.
Alabama, a great state, the birth state of Bassmaster, but also it owns its own hairstyle, the Bama bangs. You don't see them anywhere else in the country. You come here and everybody's got the same haircut as Justin Hamner.
I don't have to worry about that. I don't think we have to worry about that.
Not one bit. Whataburger Bassmaster Live. Welcome back to Alabama On Location coverage here on Wheeler Lake, but don't worry, Alabama, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We'll be right back here June 27th to 30th, this time on Smith Lake for the 7th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the TNT Fireworks of Bassmaster Elite in Coleman, Alabama, which is the hometown of Jordan Lee, so he's going to get a chance to make a bit of a charge back up that Angler of the Year leaderboard. But hope to see a bunch of you, and I hope everybody tunes in June 27th to 30th, Smith Lake in Coleman, Alabama. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. And after that, it'll be all north. Finish off our season on Champlain and then the St. Lawrence River in Waddington, New York. But let's check in with a 2-time Elite Series champion, 13-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, the Cruz missile, John Cruz. And he's found his own little hidey hole this week, too, and done his damage in an area that looks just like that. So I would imagine that exact same area all week.
Really?
On top water.
Oh, that's terrible. I'd hate to find a spot like that.
Maybe.
And he's shaded.
Rare.
Yeah. It's probably 20 degrees cooler back there where he's at.
I like his.
Very rare spot Cruz has found. As you said, shade
bass
is not very plentiful here this week. But from the shaded area that John Cruz has found, we're going to make a move to Ray Hanselman. And Jason Christie, I'd like you to kind of tell me what you're seeing, what this area looks like that he's fishing.
Well, it's just, you have a giant flat out here and has drains in it, has grass, the perfect, current. The current runs through there. It's just a perfect location for a bass to live. I mean, it can live year round, move on top of these bars and spawn and then just slide right out there in the current during the summertime. But you can see the little seam up there. It's probably a hard spot, a clean spot, grass, rocks, that kind of stuff. And it's just so hard to find out there. I mean, when it's shallow like that, you almost got to find it like what he's doing is fishing, and it takes a long time. The flats are giant. I mean, it would take you years to fish the whole thing. So, there's a lot of guys that attempted to do this, and it looks like only a few are going to be successful at doing it.
Ray Hanselman has definitely been one of them this week. His family flew in for this event. His boys play on baseball team he's always cheering on, the Rams, so go Rams. They would love to see him win.
Yeah, he's a guy that, you know, they're forecasting 11 o'clock the current's going to pick up.
Get him fired back
You know,
up.
there could be a lot of fish in that general area, and when that current picks up, you know, it could group them up on a certain spot. You know, I haven't talked to him. I don't know exactly how it's going down, but that would make him a lot easier to catch. You know, he'd probably be able to put down the Carolina rig and pick up a square bill or, you know, something like that, a topwater.
Well, he's going to need to have a good afternoon with the morning that Prince has had.
Yeah, he's already caught, you know, a 6-pounder. He's going to need a couple more of those bites to make Cliff sweat a little bit. I'm sure Cliff doesn't want to see him catch them, but you know, Ray's a couple of big bites away from having the chance.
Let's have a look back at Ray's day up until this point and see how he got to where he is. Currently sitting in second place, got a 5-fish limit. But here's how it started earlier today. He's cranking first thing by the looks of things. That's not cranking though.
Nah.
Switched up to the C rig, I imagine. Oh, just a worm. Maybe. No, just a worm. That's pretty much stereotypical Texas fishing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're having to finesse them, you know, whenever it kind of slows down, that school kind of gets a little wise. You're having to finesse them with bottom baits, and what you'll see on these kind of guys, on guys like Ray and probably Cliff, is you don't want to sit there and throw the same bait, you know, the whole time. You know, you want to switch baits up, show them something different.
But there's his biggest problem. I mean, two of the nicest guys on the elites, but that smile right there, that smile is scary this week. Cliff Prince put on a clinic, and he's done it every morning of this tournament. And guess what? Things didn't change on semifinal Saturday. And as you can see from these images, he's pretty jacked up, Jason.
Yeah, he is, and he has a good reason to be. I mean, he's found a great fishing hole, and you know, he's in a good position to get that first win. And they're so hard to get. You know what I mean? It's hard to be in that position to win. And when you get in that position, I mean, you got 9 other guys on the last day, and everybody's so good these days that they're just so hard to come by.
Speaking of hard to come by, an Elite Series title, very hard to get, and Prince has knocked at the door several times, and so many times people have predicted him as the guy that's going to win on the St. Johns River, but weirdly, as it gets proved to us over and over again, and that is a giant bass right there.
Giant bass.
It's never the lake you think.
Right.
You know, like so often.
Yeah.
There, look at 1 and 2, Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman.
Well, as y'all see,
Ray's had enough of catching him off the front of the boat. He's just going to go to the back.
We had a good morning. I mean, his first 30 minutes was just crazy. And like every day before this one, it's been pretty dead out through the middle of the day and the end of the day. And just trying to kind of save my area and just fish around it. And there's a lot of locals out here, but all of them have been very courteous and not fishing, and I'm really appreciative of that. And all the anglers have been the same way, so I don't expect anybody to come in here, but you never know. Somebody could stop here just random, and I don't know, I just feel like I'd be better off just staying here and just kind of let them settle back down, so they'll group back up for tomorrow morning, and maybe we can catch 5 3-pounders and another 7.
That sounds like a wonderful plan, if you ask me. From Blue Ash, Ohio, Alex Redwine, his third season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
It was a bite. I just spit up Jay's worm, I think. You see that worm right there? I'm pretty sure that's Jay's. All right, we got another one. You see that though? Jay's worm. I think that might be the one he lost earlier. Finally, it's been a little while. Happy Father's Day. Almost, tomorrow. Hopefully we're fishing tomorrow for Father's Day. It's like a little 3-pounder. Wheeler Lake has got a few like that. Hopefully we can catch some more. Do you hear that?
By Jay's worm, he means Jay Shakura. They said on stage in day one, they said, we found one little area and we're sharing it. And obviously it's worked out pretty good for them.
Yeah, I wonder what Jay's going to think when he gets that story.
Well, I appreciate you joining me, Jason Christie. We're about to end the pain for you. But hey, you can tune in all day long. And I'm sure John Cox will catch a few more giants.
I'll be tuned in for sure. You know, if I can't fish, this is the second best thing to be sitting here talking about fishing.
We love having you here. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite will be back in just a few minutes from Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Big day, day number 3 for this 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Getting down closer and closer to the end of the seasons, a little bit more urgent with each passing day of each tournament. We got 50 anglers out there today shooting for 10 spots in the final. Among them, John Cox, who is a pretty good hand at the Tennessee River when you look at his overall record through the years, and especially on this fishery.
We're actually getting some bites today. We've had probably 3 miss it now. We've caught 2. I just got a crazy backlash, and right when it kind of fired off and kind of slowed us up for a second, so I had to change reels. But we're back at it now, and man, I mean, I just feel like any cast we're gonna get a big one. The couple that missed it were, man, they were big. They were probably 4 or 5 pounders. You know, right now we got I think a 1 pounder and a 1.5 in there. So any bite we get in here, if we can get them in, is gonna be a big cull. So I think we're gonna, you know, keep just casting around, and nothing looks as good as this. So we're just gonna hang out in here and hope more come in, and hope they give us a few more opportunities. If we can get 5 out of here, we'll be in really good shape. We already got 2, just need to connect with 3 more.
Quality has definitely been in John Cox's favor when he's been in this pond. First day he only landed 7 bass, but had a total of 5 for 22 pounds. Oh, that was a beautiful bite. Big one.
I don't know. Stay on, baby. Oh yeah, dang. Come on, stay. Come here. Come on. Come here. I know. Come here. Come here.
There's a bass in there somewhere.
What'd you get at the farmer's market?
I think there's a bass in there somewhere.
It's a big one.
There it is.
Yes, there's a bass.
Down the hatch.
A big bass.
I don't know. Maybe.
Makes it all worth it, Tommy.
Thing hooked him good.
You talked about how he's so good at the Tennessee River. Most of the time, it's going against the grain,
That's why
doing something different than everyone else.
That bite right there.
Those bass paid off.
Man, my whole week. Swamp Lord, man.
Good stuff right there. One big tournament here, the Forest Wood Cup.
Yes.
Back in the day, one of the big tournaments. And of course, his 2 Bassmaster wins have been opens on the Tennessee River.
Yeah, Lake Chickamauga. 3 lakes up, yeah. Gunnersville, Nickajack, and then Chickamauga.
Like topwater, like whatever stuff.
Yeah, I shot with Jay the first 2 days and then Matt Airy the last 2 days.
Likes
and
red wine.
He's one of my favorites. Like
There's a bite, I think.
Wow, what a jump.
There we go. All right. Number 5. We got a Lemmy. Shout out to the boys.
Number 5.
Shout out to the boys.
We've seen so much action early on that it seems like, man, it's taking him up till 10 o'clock to catch his 5th keeper, but that's actually a pretty good day.
Got my limit.
It really is.
Big stress relief for sure. We're getting really close to the time that I felt like I caught a lot yesterday, but today's a completely different day, so I can't. Got to keep doors open and everything. Just kind of got 2 back-to-back. What I'm doing is I got grass over here and I got the main river channel over here. I slightly moved a little bit away from where I kind of was targeting more, and I'm just dragging a shaky head around, and I'm pulling over like a little hard spot. We're just right on the edge. Didn't really know it was here, but that's where those last 2 fish came from. So but it's just such a slow bite, and it's not very amusing fishing this way. But got 2 bites doing it so far, and hopefully, like I said, we're getting close. We're getting close to that dinner bell that happened yesterday. So who knows? Who knows? But gonna do this for a little while.
TVA just increased flow to 23,000.
How long,
Maybe
Davey?
it's happened.
Justin Hamner at the dam is going to feel it instantaneously.
Yep, immediately.
How long to go 40 miles to get back to Decatur, or 30 miles to get a little bit east of Decatur?
That's a great question.
It's pretty narrow. It's not wide open, but
yeah, I mean, it would take a few minutes, I would assume, but not 30 minutes.
Not hours, certainly.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably 40 miles from the Gunnersville Dam.
Oh, for sure.
So,
And come on. I'm like, and I'm like, and then I didn't no more than pull my power poles up and go just a little bit further. There's the other one there. 3 pitches, she bites it. I set the hook. She comes, runs down the side of the boat and comes up out there, and she goes around. There's a piece of PVC pipe. And she goes around that piece of PVC pipe and pulls off. And I'm like, yeah, just.
that was some of his bad luck at St. John's River this year.
Yeah, totally opposite. Totally opposite. Luckily, I got enough bites to recover.
You're just picking up with us. Cliff Prince is definitely the story of this tournament so far. Labored long and hard, 14 years on the Elite Series without a win, and
hopefully
he
they'll
is
bite
in
again
great
tomorrow,
position right now.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm almost positive that one.
Fishing right at the edge of the
I had like
Tennessee
3
River
bites in that cast,
channel, but up on the Decatur Flats. Probably 20 feet of water behind him, but he's fishing up in about 4 feet.
they're just like fighting over it, you know. That's what I'm visualizing. Not unless there's one just chasing it, you know, just nipping at it. But
Cliff has already boated his best total of the tournament so far.
Just a few ounces on Bass Track, at least, off of the best limit. But like Such said, if that 612 that he put in is actually 7.5 pounds, he'll have the biggest bag of the tournament after already having a 3.5 pound lead over second and another 3 pound lead over third.
what kind of shad was that fish coughed up this morning? I have no idea. I don't know if that's a thread fin or what that is, but it's big.
Gizzard shad and threadfin shad, very, very prevalent on the whole Tennessee River. Certainly the Decatur Flats. A lot of gizzard shad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cliff Prince with a good solid lead there, 8 pounds and 11 ounces unofficially, according to Bass Track, ahead of Ray Hanselman of Texas. We see down there, starting the day in second place, Justin Hamner, just about 2.5 pounds back to start the day. He's way up at the dam, and he says come 11 o'clock Eastern time, that's when things start for him. So we might be able to see a little more action, a little bit more competitive, a little tightening up of those scores as we go on through the morning. Still in the morning session here, but about to turn the halfway point on Wheeler Lake. Well, tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Judge Soto power the Yankees against Rafael Devers, the rival Red Sox, or the Rangers take on the Mariners. All begins 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Perfect activity for a summer night. We've got a perfect activity for a summer day here going on at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake on the mighty Tennessee River. You're in northern Alabama, second largest lake in this state here. There's that well-known community hole, I guess you could call it, but it's a giant one.
Probably the biggest community hole
in the world.
In the country. Decatur Flats is, oh my gosh, I hate to even guess how many miles long and a mile or two wide in places. So it's biggest community hole ever. No
Tommy, if we would call Davey when he was an angler on the Elite Series and said, where are you fishing? He would have probably given us I'm fishing the Decatur Flats, and that's what he would have left it as. No specifics, just I'm fishing a 20-mile stretch.
I would have told you out from which pole.
Left at the 13 pole, right? Justin Hamner now, okay. Justin sort of set us up here a little bit. He said, you know, it's going to go down later for me today. Going all the way up to the Gunnersville Dam. Going to fish some concrete. When they turn that water on, it's going to start happening for me. Started the day, just a couple of pounds and change back of our leader to start the day. Now Cliff Prince is off to a big lead.
And he'll need it too. He didn't get any bonus fish this morning.
I say it's almost here. It's almost here if they do what they're supposed to do. If they're going to turn that water on, they're supposed to here soon. I mean, it can happen so fast. I know exactly where they're sitting at. I think I know how to get them to bite, but they're not going to bite until they're ready. Deal. That's why I'm the only boat up here, because until it gets right, it's miserable. Like it's like they don't exist. But they do exist here. I had one big one earlier that I lost, but still just ain't ready yet. Every day. I mean, the first day I had like 6.5 pounds at 10:30 or 11. And then yesterday I caught one good one early, and then it was nothing until about 11.
One thing about that concrete, it messes with your service a little bit, but we'll be back to check in. You can bet we will keep track of Justin Hamner and what does or doesn't happen when the water generation gets quote-unquote right. He is our reigning world champion. He's also second in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, so he is a man of consequence out there. The Bassmaster Elite Series today, for sure. But there's our number one story. Cliff Prince, the veteran, Palatka, Florida, still looking for his first title in the Elite Series. Thinking about the best argument for one he has ever made so far over 2.5 days.
Definitely is, but certainly need to keep an eye on Justin Hamner. It's about that time of day. And we've been talking about behind the Guntersville Dam all week. Steve Kennedy went up there first thing Thursday morning, first boat number 3 right up there, and certainly has a lot of potential.
No, you're fine. You're good. No, you're good. Yeah, had a good morning. You?
Trying. Call that 214. Another 6.
Ray Hanselman having a fantastic day. 19 pounds, 11 ounces, just overshadowed by Cliff Prince.
Jacob don't know the score, but you can tell he says, I need to get rid of that 214. They have a good idea of what their target weight needs to be each day.
Jacob Fouts has climbed up from 23rd into our top 10. There's another guy really threatening. Hunter Shryack caught a 6-pounder a little while ago. He's on 4 fish. He's right outside in 12th place.
Well, Such, you know, today's all about making it into the top 10.
Yeah.
The top 10 to start the day is kind of bowed up and locked down. They have not let they have let one man in, Jacob Fouts, so far.
John Cruz is falling out. Justin Hamner's in danger of falling out, though.
Yeah.
And that is unusual.
Yeah,
Day 3, and usually the top 10, really.
These circumstances, you'd think it would be just a churn.
Yeah.
Redwine had fallen out till he caught those last two fish, 3-pounder and a 2-pounder.
Here's Alex Redwine.
Oh, come on. It's gonna call something. Oh, yes. That'll call, baby. What were we talking about? By the end of the day, we're gonna make a couple calls, and we just made one. Let's go. Which one was it? I think it was that green.
Points he's got off the classic bubble and about 45th. He's inside the top 30.
30, yeah.
28th right now in the AOI standings.
Seeing Alex catch that fish and cull, it's important to note that day 1, day 2, and day 3 is shaping up just like that. Cliff Prince jumping out to a great start, a big lead, and then he backs off, and you see people creep up and tighten that gap, and that's certainly going to happen today. I'd be shocked if Cliff Prince culls again.
Dazed.
Prince started with the 5-0.
Yeah, that was probably like a good 1.5 pound upgrade. Getting closer, that was a good sign. Like literally the last 30 minutes, we've had 3 bites. And I'm just sitting out here with a shaky head. I'm from Ohio, so it's like shaky head's kind of a staple in Ohio, just because the fishing's not that great. But yeah, this is what I'm gonna do for a little bit, is just sit here, get a nice tan on, drag this little spinning pole. I ain't scoping, I ain't even looking at the graphs. I'm just casting and enjoying the fishing.
You say the shaky head's a state worm of Ohio?
It was something like that.
Okay.
It was something like that, Tom.
Okay,
That's awesome.
I misheard.
I'll never forget that. I'm from Ohio, so a shaky head.
That was the kindest way to say the fishing sucks where I'm from, and you got to do that to get a bite.
Ask Bill Lowen.
Yeah. Hey, the grinders, for a while on the Elite Series, if you came from a place that took 12 to 13 pounds and you were doing
needed that
something,
one.
you translated well to the Elite Series because you never had a your
have no
floor
idea.
was so
I
high.
think I set the hook on this side, but I don't know if I cast it out there or out there.
You know what? It was that way because you led the fish around this way.
Okay. We're tripping.
For the record, I think he did look at his scope there one time there a few minutes ago.
That's funny.
Peaked. Does he have water temperature on that?
You can just say 2.5, I think.
Surprised the recreational traffic hasn't picked up more than it
Didn't see much yesterday. Of course, today you expect to see more, but it doesn't seem
10:30.
busy.
Probably should watch what I say. It could get really bad in the next few hours. But
They'll be like, it was weird. It was a huge uptick. And I was like, well, Davey called for it on live.
Calling all jet skis. Calling all jet skis.
And that is the crazy perspective. Seeing all that water all the way across the lake to the other shoreline, and how so much of that is abnormally shallow.
Yes.
It's not all open water. You think, oh, it's open. It's 6 to 3 feet of water in places, and then there's trenches. You know, the channel's 30 or 40, or there's a ditch that's 20, but most of that up on top has some obstructions and is not that deep.
Yep.
You got any plans to show us that tutorial on the?
Yeah,
I'll bring. You showed us on day one. Really inform. It really kind of helps you understand how this place
It
lays
does,
out.
and it's what helped keeps this place good. It keeps it great. It keeps that shallow water. You have light penetration, so vegetation can grow out through that. But also with today's electronics, almost all serious bass fishermen are going to, this time of the year on the Tennessee River are going to idle with their electronics, looking with side imaging, 2D, down imaging, and those fish, they really can't hide if you've got water depth. But these Decatur Flats, so many of these areas are only 3, 4, 5 feet deep that makes it very difficult to idle right over top of them and see those fish. So it's part of what helps keep it so good, and places like Cliff Prince to have so many fish and no other angler found it. That wouldn't be the case if you had a lot of 10, 15, 20 feet of water.
Yeah, a definitive ledge that you're going to just graft down and find the same school of fish or whatnot.
What do you think? We got 2/3 of our field have fished the Decatur Flats to success this week?
Yes. Or maybe not quite that much, but
drag the paint.
Honestly, it's been less crowded out there this year than years in past. These aerial views are just,
This has to be like
they're spread out. Half the field or less, probably.
Cast and pray, pretty much. But.
And if it was a straight river ledge, the distance between where Alex Redwine is and Cliff Prince, it's a mile or mile and a half apart, but there's 10,000 little depth changes and turns in the ditches and that you have between those two anglers here, because it's a maze of different contours on those Decatur Flats.
Well, you want to kind of keep everyone aware of what's going on in the world of kayak. The Yamaha Whitewater's Bassmaster Kayak Series is moving on through the summertime here. We've got a big event coming up before long, July 27th through the 28th up the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania. Scan the QR code and get more info on kayak.
From the very first time, it's never stopped. It's a passion that drives you to learn more, to explore.
Yes! Give me some high five. That's what I'm talking about.
From that moment you discovered,
Talking about in the last minute, son. Come on with that.
you've applied,
Look at that coal hammer.
and you've become a Bassmaster.
Man, I have never
pulled a rabbit out of my hat like I just did. I was going to give myself 10 minutes to run back, and I said, this is the last pitch. Last pitch. I said, this is the last one. 7 bounds.
Dream big. Trust in your knowledge. And win on the biggest stage.
Cliff Prince takes the lead.
Big dreams, big component of the whole Bassmaster credo. And Cliff Prince, a guy who's been chasing that dream for 14 years out here, more than 14 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, has not been able to achieve it. So many great anglers have not been able to win out here. But take a look at this from earlier today. You don't think this is a big step in that direction?
What a beautiful fish. What a great time for Cliff Prince.
For anglers who don't get they're cautiously optimistic, don't want to get ahead of themselves. He probably has been well grounded this week, but when you catch a 7.5 pounder after having a good morning, you start to think about it, Davey Hyde, of, oh, one more day, 5 more fish.
Yeah, how can you not? I mean,
you got to let yourself entertain.
Man, not many opportunities to get in that moment. I know Miss Kelly, his wife, maybe daughter Gracie and son Siler, maybe they're in the car already from Palatka headed to Decatur just to see Dad fish in the top 10 tomorrow, no matter how it works out.
Exciting times for one of the favorite guys out there in the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Prince of Palatka, as Dave Mercer calls him, Cliff Prince. Getting closer with every passing hour, but we have many more hours of fishing yet to go before the wrap-up tomorrow, Championship Sunday. A lot of other anglers going to do their very best to put themselves in that position. One of them, definitely this man right here, another Florida angler, John Cox.
All the lines you see there and that matted vegetation is where he's already made cat. Ooh, go.
I don't know if I got him. I think I do. I just got a bunch of weeds. It's a small one. Oh no, he's on there. Jeez. Oh, I thought I just had weeds. He just gave up when he came in. Oh gosh. Oh, it's my hands there almost. They quit working on that one. Gosh. All right, I'll get rid of that little guy in there. Yeah, I don't know why my
fish
hands
less
keep
than a
doing
pound.
that.
Good upgrade for John Cox. Yeah, I'd say.
Wow. Pretty good call there. Not bad.
John Cox moving up the leaderboard. Slowly but surely, let's catch everyone up on what we have seen so far today. Wheeler Lake on our Yamaha midday report, and we'll start with that man right there, Davey, John Cox.
Yeah, John Cox, the day one leader, had a little over 22 pounds. He caught most of them in that backwater pond that we just saw him in. This morning, decided to change it up a little bit. A lot of pressure on that little pond yesterday. He had some company in there, and he fished it for 2 days in a row. So good choice. He made a little different move this morning, put 3 small fish in a live well. But then he went to the area where he's not been able to get many bites. Day one, 22 pounds, only caught 7 bass. But just like this, they're the right size. If he can just get 5 bites in there today, certainly has a good chance to cut that lead that Cliff Prince has built this morning. But John Cox, he's about 2 more bites away from having a great day. Good cull right there. Using a Swamp Lord Berkeley frog. It's a new frog that John Cox says is the best one ever.
All right. Wesley Gore, the rookie, great season so far. The young man from Clanton, Alabama. He's in his home state now and trying to notch his best finish of the year here.
Like the other rookies, a great fisherman here. First year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wesley Gore has had a good season, but would really love to do well here in his home state of Alabama. Good day one and day two, anchored by a fish each day over 5 pounds, almost 6 pounds. Today, he's actually off to a better start, just average size fish, but does not have that one big fish that he's going to need to try to close that gap that Cliff Prince has built on the entire field.
17-9 on day one, 15-2 on day number 2 for Wesley Gore. He'll be looking to up that figure again today. Jay Shakurit, former Rookie of the Year, also winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Bassmaster Opens.
What a nice guy. Jay Shakurit having another great tournament. Call him Sneaky Jay yesterday. He sneaks his way into the top 10, it seems like, about 3/4 of our events since he's been fishing with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Currently unofficially in 3rd place with 46.5 pounds. Waved his friend in yesterday. He was catching him every cast. Offshore, just below, kind of out on the main river a little more for Jay rather than up on the shallower part of the Decatur Flats. And very patient, fishing a drop shot a lot with a Strike King worm. Morning dawn color, what produced most of his fish. A few fish on hard baits, but most of his fish with a drop shot. Jay Shakurit.
Moving in the right direction, upping his weight every day by a big percentage. Great tournament so far. A man from Del Rio, Texas, Ray Hanselman, really seems at home, really seems to get what's going on the flats.
He really does. He's a great offshore fisherman. He fishes grass really well, and a combination of the two. He's got a 1-2 punch. Starts off very similar to what Cliff Prince has been doing, a small area about the size of a 21-foot bass boat, length and width, an area of a shell bar area that those fish seem to really be stacked on early in the morning for the first hour or so, and Ray Hanselman has been catching them on a square bill and also a Texas rig, a 10-inch worm. From there, as the sun gets up, he moves over and starts fishing in vegetation off of the shell bar and has been able to catch fish both ways. And Ray Hanselman has had a great morning. He really has had a good start, and I'm sure he should be thinking, I would be thinking if I was him, that, man, I've closed that gap. I got a chance to win this thing, and he certainly does. But Cliff Prince didn't let him close that gap this morning.
Cliff Prince, who said, I'm just going to do it different this time. I'm not going to practice. I'm not going to worry about what anybody else is doing. I'm going to keep my brain clear of all of the distractions.
Unofficially, Cliff Prince with 61 pounds, 10 ounces. We think that's a little light, so let's say 62 pounds even is well ahead of what most people thought coming into this event would be leading on day 3, and we still got a lot of fishing time before weigh-in this afternoon. So Cliff Prince has really, really had a phenomenal start to his tournament each and every day. It's been so important. Really and truly, he's backed off of his best 2 spots. He's got 2 shell bars about 50 yards apart, and it's just a perfect area for Cliff Prince. These fish to reload each and every day. I don't see anything changing for him tomorrow morning. These fish have been there for quite a while, and it's just really a funnel where these fish are coming off of the Decatur Flats out into the main river, and he's right there at the stop sign, a 4-way stop sign. And the fish between 8 and 9 o'clock every morning, he catches a lot of fish immediately, but from 8 to 9 o'clock, he's caught his bigger fish. On day 1 is a 4-pound smallmouth and a 5-pound largemouth. Yesterday it was 5-pound largemouth. This morning, 7+ pound largemouth between 8 and 9 o'clock.
The only thing, like he said, all the times I've lost or had a chance to win and didn't win, I've held myself back, something I've done. He lost 4 or 5 fish this morning. If he cleans that up, he takes care of what he can take care of, and that's once he hooks them, getting them in the boat. And so for Cliff Prince, that's the only thing to be cognizant of. Is he's probably lost 4 fish the whole week, and he lost 4 this morning. Obviously, a 7 eliminates any of those desire to have those, but yeah, keep that in mind for tomorrow.
Yep.
4th place in a stellar year for the rookie Wesley Gore.
Say that again? We need to get rid of 1 more. We got 4 that we can weigh in. Just slowed down for sure. But feeling pretty good. I'm looking at a bunch. I just got to get them to react or do something. So we're definitely around them. We're going to sit here for a minute and try to get these to go, and then we're going to go up shallow and try to catch a big one. Doing something fun. Oh boy, they're to my left. This may get interesting. This is back to where I started this morning. It's just a shell bar. And the fish keep coming. There's more and more here every day. From when we started practice to now, I guess since we got through the cooler nights, they're really starting to pull out here. Hold up. Oh, me. So they're showing up. It's just we gotta get a few bites. But it's the starting place. We caught several here this morning, and there's more there now than there was this morning. I finally got a good response that time, so. They may just want me to drag a worm on them. I mean, I did catch a 580 doing that yesterday. What it is I need B.A.S. to come back. He's my good luck charm. I say that. He kind of did kick my butt yesterday for a while.
B.A.S. is Jacob Poroznik, and at the weigh-in yesterday, Poroznik said he spot locked for 7 straight hours casting at the same general spot, and that's who I guess was side by side with Wesley Gore this morning.
I thought it was about to happen that time.
I do a lot of whitetail hunting, but no, not in Florida. I actually deer hunt in Georgia, and we have, you know, for the southeast we got some good deer, and nothing like.
40s, 150s.
Yep. That's a good one, you know.
I think 150 state countrywide.
Yeah.
These two got a lot in common. Both big in the rodeo.
Oh, Ray is too? I knew Cliff was.
Yeah. Younger days used to rope calves and steers, and then
Yeah.
Cliff used to win all-around cowboy titles.
He goes duck hunting every year. I think they go to Arkansas, I think. Yeah.
Everybody comes to Arkansas. Yeah, I think Such, Cliff's had a partnership with Wrangler for years, and I think that stems from his rodeo days. Yeah.
I don't know how we got on the subject of pastimes here all of a sudden, but everybody's talking about it. Have to mention what Wesley Gore says on his bio in the media guide. All I do is fish.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
That's the difference, Davey, and you can attest to this, to the newer generation coming up from the Opens to the Elite Series, is they don't care about shooting things in the woods in the fall necessarily. They are hunting on the water all year.
I don't think it's generational. I just think it's youth and commitment to the sport, and life hasn't really swallowed you up, and you know, kids and family and that sort of thing, going to kids' Little League baseball games, that sort of thing. Because I was very similar to that when I started. I can remember being at tournaments before takeoff and hear some anglers talking about the baseball game last night. I'm like, what baseball game? Oh, the Braves won in the 7th, you know, whatever.
I was retying shaky heads.
All you're thinking about, all you're thinking about is you're from Ohio and shaky heads.
We're going to contemplate what might happen later on today. As you say, Davey, Cliff Prince slowing things down for sure. I don't know if he's completely backed off of it, but you can tell he's not, and doesn't need to. Doesn't need to as it stands right now. Cliff Prince on top, Ray Hanselman pursuing him from a ways back. Tomorrow on Fox, it's the inaugural United Football League Championship. The Birmingham Stallions take on the San Antonio Brahmas. All kicks off tomorrow at 5 Eastern on Fox. Summertime football going on. Great summertime scene for you right there on the Tennessee River. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, a fantastic host city. And you may be thinking to yourself, though, but what about fantasy? What if you're thinking about that, Ronnie Moore?
Hey, I'm thinking about the football game. You know, they've been the chalk teams in the UFL all year long. As you're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studios, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. You know, we've talked about it, a few weeks ago at the St. Johns River when you have Chris and Corey Johnston, two really great anglers that when they work together, it's hard to beat them. Then you think about maybe the Brandon Cobbs and the Shane LeHughes. When they work together, sometimes it's very hard to beat them. This week we're seeing, especially for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, if you had the roommates on your team, you're doing very well this week because Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine were inside the cut on day one, 35th, 36th respectively, around the same weight of 13 pounds and change. And then yesterday, when they finally dialed in their area, put their brains together completely, 7th place uptick, 19 pounds and change for Alex Redwine yesterday to jump up to 10th place for Jay Shakir, both in our top 10. And then adding on to today, Jay had a great morning, up to 3rd unofficially on Bass Track. Alex is hanging around that 7th or 8th place position. So when you think about, I think we need to start considering that. That's going to be a topic of the podcast going forward, is who networks together, who's the roommates together, who shares info truly to each other, the JT Tompkins and Trey McKinney's of the world. When they work together, that could be a big influencer, especially on tough tournaments where it's hard to get a bite. Having two heads put together and trusting each other could be the key to success. So Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine both looking to make the top 10. And then once they get to the top 10, I guess they're on their own, Davey. Whoever's got the best shot to win, you get to take the juice and try to carry it on.
I definitely think they're both on their own if they make it to the top 10.
Yeah. Let's get back out on the water. There's your leader. Top left, Cliff Prince. Fantastic day today. We think it may be the biggest day of the tournament so far as the 5-fish limit goes. Unofficially, though, it's standing at less than that. All will be found out, though, coming to 3 p.m. this afternoon. That's when the weigh-in begins at Ingalls Harbor there in Decatur.
Nothing wrong with Greg Hackney's day one when he had 18.7 or 18.5, whatever it was, with a 7.9. 18.5 pounds with a 7.5 sounds a whole lot different than 22 to 23 with a 7.5. Like, that just shows.
I got a buddy of mine that
Cliff's had all his consistent 4-pounders, and then you get that kicker. Today is the day you have to have your best bag.
I can't remember the name of the river, but maybe I
think it's the only river that runs through.
Yeah, and he's got some land that's on either side of it, and then he's got an island in it. And man, they kill some giants.
Deer talk, Davey.
And when you have 22 pounds, Tommy.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about the fishing?
I'm excited to see that fish weighed.
I want to see that,
because it's the shape that it is. I know you'd have a tendency to overestimate the size because it seems so short, but I don't think it is. I think it's just that big.
I think it was 20 inches around.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. When he scooped it?
Yeah.
How tall the side of that fish was?
I would say 20 wouldn't be far off.
Hey, it almost looked the size of like a drum. Like, how they're just so tall, but when it had green lips, you knew it wasn't a drum.
There's some big fish in this lake. It's been a long time ago, but I remember Clark Wendlandt weighing in a 10.5 pounder.
Wow.
On the Decatur Flats. That's where he caught it.
Rich started with a 5-pounder. That's a kicker for most everybody else in the field.
Wow.
And he topped it. Hunter Schreck, who's got a 6-pounder today, caught his limit fish, and he's moved into 10th place, knocking Jacob Fouts out. You know what those two have in common? Along with Trey McKinney and Cody Huff, they've made all 6 two-day cuts this year so far. Fouts has got 9 in a row now.
I thought you were going to say that Jacob Fouts and Hunter Shryock live within 10 minutes of each other. That's what they had in common, but you pulled another stat out. I like it.
Yeah.
That close, huh? 10 minutes.
Yeah. Up the east side of Chickamauga on the Tennessee River.
Another great shot showing you the vastness of the Decatur Flats area there. That's why Jason Christie said you have to fish for years to really have worked this place over and picked it apart properly. Appreciate Jason and Dave bringing us on location coverage here earlier in the day.
Yep.
Helps to paint the picture.
And Jason, he's going to need to and want to get on his horse the last 3 events with a tough tournament this week. I think he finished in around 89th place for Jason, dropped him to 58th in Angler of the Year. So he's now outside the Classic Cup by about 15 to 20 spots. He's got 291 points, with the last spot being roughly 347. So he's about 50 points out. In these last 3 ones, I wouldn't doubt that he does it. But it's like you don't ever want to be 20 spots out of the Classic with 3 events left. You'd rather be 20 in.
Sure. But for him, known as one of the best power fishermen in the business, he always does well when we go north for the smallmouth swing. He always does well.
Well, you look in the 80s and the results here, the guys there you would have never thought. Austin Felix, Brandon Lester, Corey Johnson, Christie, Ito, Jordan Lee down in there. It's very surprising.
And that final event this year is not going to just be a guaranteed shoe-in for people either, because we're going to the St. Lawrence River, where we normally go to end the season, and the lake's going to be in play. So you have Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River, but instead of being within 15 minutes of the lake, you're going to be an hour and 15 minutes from the lake. And so you're going to have 60 to 70 people possibly going. People trying to stay within good points and re-qualify for the elites. People trying to make the Classic that are on the outside, people who are on the inside that probably have to go because they don't want to get bypassed by playing it safe, and then the people fighting for AOY. If it's close, they got to go. Which there's a lot of factors in that, Davey.
Yeah, and the weather's been kind in the past when we've run. Anglers have run.
Man, it could be so different.
But day one was super windy.
But they've been very fortunate.
Yeah.
They've been very fortunate. It's going to bite a lot of fishermen one event. Hopefully not this year, but that can be a treacherous journey. Good look there at the scattered vegetation that Cliff Prince is fishing around. Looks like maybe a few mayflies on the water. Very fishy.
One of the stories we've got playing in the background right now is the man who started the day in second place and not very far behind Cliff Prince to start the day, 2 pounds of change. Now he's a good ways behind because he spent a lot of time, 45-mile run up there to the dam, Guntersville Dam. Justin Hamner anticipating some good big-time action once that water started generating.
There are a lot of fish right there on that spot that are not biting for Justin Hamner right now. Looking at his live sonar when he scans. Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Better. It's one of the 2-pounders at least. Little fatty. $11.01.
Justin Hamner fishing. Well, among his spots up there, a rock pile, he said 10 feet of water that comes up as high as 2 feet shallow there. So he's got some spots.
He needs current. Two great spots there behind the Guntersville Dam, but he needs current.
Well, let's have a little Northland Daily Trivia here. It's about that time of day. You're on day 3 on Wheeler. Speaking of smallmouth bass, what is a smallmouth record on Wheeler? Is it a 9-8? Is it a 10 even, a 10-8, or an 11-2 smallmouth? I'd like to see any one of those.
Golly. I didn't know that was. I knew they caught big smallmouth at the tail race, Davey. I didn't know they caught double digits.
Oh, they catch them on Decatur Flats more often than you think.
Sure, they really.
There's some big smallmouth.
Saw some good ones yesterday. Cliff Prince also. A couple of other anglers as well. But give some thought to that. What's the number 1 smallmouth in history on Wheeler? Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. This is day 3 action. Decatur, Alabama is our fantastic host city. There's a few places you don't want to use an anchor. We learned from the signs around here, but it is Otherwise, a fantastic place to have a Bassmaster event, especially a top-level event. They, a few years back, constructed Ingalls Harbor, which is just an absolutely perfect setup for launching a big tournament, with an adjacent place for the weigh-ins. And we left you, of course, moments ago with a question in our Northland Daily Trivia, a smallmouth question it was, about what's the record here for smallmouth? 9 pounds, 8 ounces, 10 even, 10 and a half, or 11-2? Davey?
I know it's more than 9-8. I'm going to go C, 10-8.
I'm going to go B. I'll say 10 even. Ronnie?
Man, those are just too even. You got 9 and a half, a 10 even, a 10 and a half. I'll go 11-2 just because I'm feeling wild.
Oh, I wish I'd said that. No.
Yes!
Even.
The streak continues.
Davey is 3 for 3 this week on trivia.
Caught in 1950.
1950. That was even before I was born, Ronnie.
Near the Wheeler Dam? Such, or is it the Gunnersville Dam? They said the Wheeler Dam? Wow. Wrong dam. I was thinking the other dam.
Speaking of the other dam.
Yeah, maybe
Justin Hamner.
We're just jumping 50 miles in
one of
the
those.
blink of an eye. We're jumping 50 miles around.
I think I see a little water moving there more now than we have earlier today. Any other part of the
wanting
day?
to eat now.
Slight increase, Davey. Looking at the Gunnersville generation, 16,000.
It's so interesting to see how different this is. Justin Hamner was in second place when they left the dock this morning, so obviously he's had success doing this. But Cliff Prince using a half gallon of fuel to go to his place and having his total weight by 8:30 every morning, and Justin Hamner just having to live on the edge, driving 40 miles to wait on the water to start or not start. It's
Totally. The field a couple hours every day just to do it. And
that gets stressful waiting there with
small
fish.
I guarantee you it is.
Especially when you have 2 hours left and you know it's going to be 40 minutes back or something, and you don't nearly have the weight you think you should. Now, because he caught the biggest bag of day 2, 20 pounds, 8 ounces, he doesn't have to have the biggest bag today to make the cut, but you don't want to be out of the race to win the tournament. Like, you want to stay in the race to win.
All that effort just because that current creates little eddies and seams and slack spots where these fish can set up and ambush their prey, and makes them easier to find for anglers. Looks way different from where John Cox is. I'll just put it that way, at the other end of the lake.
Yes.
And finally she goes down and she comes up, and I catch her, and my marshal goes, "I'd have never believed you'd have caught that fish." I mean, there was a buoy line, a sea-doo lift. I mean, it was just obstacles galore with 8-pound line. Yeah, that was a fun tournament. Yeah, that was a fun tournament.
Cliff has the luxury of being able to sort of work on his memoirs here.
Yes, 14 years of
through
memories.
14 years as an elite series angler.
Which
Cox,
decade are we on now, Brandon, the camera guy?
John Cox has moved his boat 2 feet in the last 30 minutes. You see that trail? That's the fish he caught about 30 minutes ago. Honestly, it is.
He's got to we let the schools offshore set back up. You got to let that grass morph back together, and then they don't know that you caught one there.
There's a 5-pounder saying, "Really? You're going to throw that frog back over me again? You've done this 13 times already today." What patience. This is really
is a lot of patience.
See if I need to put some more ice on them. Just because I got it.
Fish care, very important.
Especially in the hot weather.
He mentioned he's not going to do something to beat himself here this week.
Yeah.
We have to talk about one of his, close close calls, chances to win was at the St. Johns River when he had some live well malfunction
he didn't turn it
on day
on, though.
one,
He
or
said
something
he hit the
happened.
wrong button, I thought.
Wrong button.
And he couldn't call any of those fish that day, but he
pumped
did
his live well out instead
look
of
and
recirc.
Yeah. Spied a couple 10-pounders and caught one of them the next day. That is something that he laments to this day. Greg De Palma caught a nice one, a 4.11. He's trying to jump up from 34 to the top 10. He's 15th right
He took
now.
a picture of the TV. What's your dad do?
Ray Hanselman has moved around a little bit and is throwing a crankbait again. Fishing vegetation now, fishing the grass.
Yep.
Starts out on those shell bars, but from mid-morning on, he's cranking grass a lot.
Well, it's 11:15 almost. I got off that shell bar. I think I caught quite a few, but I missed quite a few this morning. I kind of scattered them out. I may go back to it later. I just leave it alone. But I can catch, I've been catching some quality fish out of this grass, so I've switched gears and move up to these closer bars to the river that have grass on them. And some reaction baits. Bladed swim jig, there's one busted right there. A little top water.
Sometimes these fish will show themselves. You see one bust like that this time of day, it's oftentimes there's a group of fish there, and it could be a little small shell bar or clump of grass that those fish are relating to. It's real important to not only make a cast there with a top water, but spend a little time around where you see a fish break this time of the day.
I'm probably not going to fish the best. I got 3 or 4 pretty good grass spots that probably ought to save for tomorrow in case that shell bar is kaput. So I'm just going to kind of fish some of these that I caught a few on and maybe try to look for something new. And try to do all that without having a heat stroke. It's freaking hot.
Coming from a man from South Texas.
Yeah. Although so far west in Texas, he doesn't get quite as much of that Gulf moisture as they get in Alabama, Louisiana, and East Texas for sure.
Very true.
That's a desert environment.
He's over
out
there, yeah. Southwest Texas, basically Mexico.
Yeah.
Not far from the deserts over there. His lakes have needed some water and some rain, so he knows about the droughts, no doubt.
Yeah. Rio Grande and the Devil's River, which feed Amistad down there.
He's had a hunting business there for the last 28 years.
Guiding white-tailed deer hunts, big business in that part of the country.
Man, if you don't know Ray Hanselman, maybe you've watched the Elite Series for a few years and you've seen him once in a while pop up on the radar and do well. He's had a great 3-event stretch from the St. John's Murray to here. He won a full 3-event division of tournaments, won all 3 of them, and then won the championship a few years ago. Like
Nobody does that.
His dominant prime.
It's a slow day to say the least. We have not upgraded in quite some time. We're back on the spot. Me and Alex originally started on here, and Alex does have a limit of bass. We got to that point. So he's got roughly 11, 12 pounds. I'm sitting around like that 14 something mark. Man, we're really just hoping for a couple more bites to end the day, like some 3, maybe we'll get lucky and each catch like a 3.5, but this is the toughest day by far I've seen. That I mean, it's just hard to even get bit. I don't know what's going on. Might not be for other guys, but I had a school that's a little bit off the way, and not even really, I don't think anybody fished it, and I rolled up there and I could hardly get bit off of it. So it kind of goes to show you how tough it's been today. And I mean, Alex can say the same. Oh yeah, I mean, we're having a great time. Just drag.
If I catch another fish, I get a piece. Yeah. If I make a call, Jay said he's going to give me a piece of pizza, so that's what we're trying. That's what we're trying for now. Just kind of trying to just beat the brakes off of what's left. We thought this was a really big group of fish. Evidently, today's conditions kind of threw us for a curveball. So it's been slow and gruesome so far. But like I said, if I make a decent call, I'm getting Jay's piece of pizza.
Now, if I was Jay, even if he's my friend, I would be incentivizing him not to call. I'll give you a piece of pizza if you don't call.
Yeah.
Because I'm having a good day, I'm moving up.
Let's dig a little deeper into this. It might be a tougher day today because both of you caught a lot of fish there yesterday, and you're both casting at the same spot again today.
You're expecting the same result, the old saying goes, yeah. Jay Security currently in 4th place, which is what he was when we finished the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic earlier this year.
What have I done to myself?
Are we on anything? This is where like MLF format would be like fun, or like not fun, but like okay, like no one's really catching them that good, or like, oh snap, like they're catching them pretty good.
Garrett and red
Someone's
wine,
gotta
both
have 18, 19.
Great Lakes guys.
Right?
Jay Security says Sturgeon Bay is
told
favorite
Wesley,
fishery.
I was like, you're gonna catch 2 big
Lake
ones
Michigan.
today.
Dad's a well-known walleye pro. He does not like catching walleye, though, Jay.
Mm.
I'd have to disagree with Alex. I don't know if I like that. I like it the way it is.
No, absolutely, and that's why it's so great. Because they're talking about pizza and don't realize there's 2 anglers that have over 20 pounds. It's not as slow as you think. You need to get your head back in the game. But hey, they're having a fun time.
Maybe going on right now. Bassmaster, something, an initiative going on with B.A.S.S. to really sort of build the skill sets and confidence on the water and awareness of even the industry among female anglers. You probably know a passion. Female anglers, it's a perfect program for them. It consists of a series of seminars, one of them happening today in Decatur, Alabama. We got another one coming up, I think, in Waddington, New York at the end of the year. Learn everything from the basics, and casting and tackle, going the way around a bass boat, to even industry opportunities, sponsorship opportunities for people of all skill levels, female folks, but you must be at least 14 years old. So get on Bassmaster.com. Toyota now be a partner of that as well. And check out Bassmaster.
And so what happens on the Tennessee River, a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes, just sometimes they quit running that water. And the fish are out there and they chase whatever the forage is, shad, gizzard shad, bluegills, whatever's out there that they're usually eating in the current. And they seem to push a lot of that stuff to the bank. Man, it was all the swamp lord. This bait's been hot. Good luck trying to find any right now. Jordan Lee just won a tournament on tow with it the other day, and I've been throwing. Wow, I'm still shaking. That's how explosive the bites were today. I'm still shaking, and I'll be lucky if I can sleep tonight. But didn't get many bites on it, but I've been throwing it a lot in Florida. Man, they love this thing. You know, you look at it and you think, oh, it's just a regular old frog, but Bobby Lane really put a lot of time in on this thing, and man, there's just something about it. I don't know what it is. Hopefully tomorrow you guys will see. I'm getting some open water hits with it too, so but the big ones really like it, and yeah, maybe we'll make the cut on it tomorrow.
I don't know, maybe. Wow, if things start going like that, look at that. Can you believe it? I don't believe it. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if that was the right 12-incher, but who cares? Let's get rid of that other one. Put another 12-incher in there. Look at that mess.
Many reasons we love watching John Cox, and one of them is the fact that there's always a likelihood he might be throwing a frog when we come to him, and that's always one of the most entertaining visual parts of Bassmaster Live. Absolutely, for certain. We see Brandon Polnick not too far away from where John Cox is operating.
You catching them? Ow! I'm sorry. I guess it's my turn this time. That's how I felt at Lay last year. I was like, oh, God. I got, I think I have 3 nice ones and 2 little ones. Yeah. But they're yeah. Did you get any yesterday? Oh my gosh. I left. Oh, geez.
Davey, do you like to hear somebody tell you how they've been catching them out of your spot?
Yeah, it sounds like after John Cox left yesterday, Brandon Polnick happened to come in there and caught a couple nice ones and broke one off. And that's news, but it's not good news.
Not always, no.
And the Lay Lake they're referring to is Brandon Polnick lost to Will Davis by an ounce, but was fishing right around the takeoff region. John Cox obviously lost out on that battle. This week he's winning that battle.
Yes, he is.
Haven't checked in with John Garrett for a little bit here. He sits in 6th place.
Uh-oh. That's better. Ain't big, but better. There we go.
That'll help.
Yeah, that'll help.
John Garrett.
Oh, I think I've been chunking some back that'll help.
10-inch ribbon tail worm.
I had a 1/6
all 3
in there.
days.
About to get rid of it.
Yeah. That's a pound coal. It's red number 1.
2.6.
2.8.
Is it really? Wow.
Oh, 2.8 will get rid of a 1.6.
Never mind. I forgot I didn't weigh that one fish. You know what I mean?
What?
That one fish in there.
Oh.
So it wasn't.
Oh, the other big one?
Yeah. So it's between 2 and, no, it's number 5.
Doing some arithmetic there. Either way, it's a coal. It'll help.
Yep, definitely will help.
I already went through over 20 pounds. I already went through 20 pounds of ice.
Ray Hanselman's been out here 7 years, and that's a lot of tournaments. He has a generally good record on the Tennessee River, got multiple top 20 finishes.
No, that's fine. If I need more, I'll run up there. That'll save me. Give me another hour anyway.
I usually try to pack a Yeti or something.
Probably. Thank you very much. You got what? Let me see, I got some. I got to go by the TH boot truck. I got
a little G juice in there to help the fish. A little ice to keep the water temperature down.
Heard Dave Mercer related tip from Gene Gilliland yesterday that you don't want to cool it down too fast. You only want to
exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Exactly.
10 degrees at a time
the
most.
flow.
But the hot water, I mean, that's you really got to cool off those live wells.
We all learned that back when we had goldfish when we were kids.
Oh yeah.
Drastic
You
water
take 'em
temperature
out and
change.
put 'em in there.
Fred, what's wrong with you, buddy?
One other thing that you can do is I always carried white towels in the boat, and I would just soak a white towel and throw it over the live well lids, and white reflects light, and so the dampness doesn't necessarily do anything, but it keeps that area wet, keeps it reflecting the light, and it doesn't just soak into those darker live well lids.
Well, you see the guys now with a lot of the foam tops to stop from
You got
vibrating and
oxygenators.
keeps them,
John Cruz was talking about the fish lung. It's a new way of getting oxygen,
Well,
good supply.
no
The fish lung. All different tools to help keep your catch alive.
It pumps dissolved oxygen into those live wells rather than just big bubbles.
Pure oxygen, yeah.
If you're just checking in with us, that is the man of the hour, the man of the tournament so far, Cliff Prince, 14-year veteran. Still looking for his first victory out here, but man, oh man, what a tournament he has had.
Makes five, doesn't it?
Looking for his first victory, and he may have found the winning spot. Still has a lot of fishing time in front of him. Ray Hanselman says this tournament is far from over. He certainly has a shot, along with everyone else who makes the top 10s. We've seen some dramatic comebacks through the years on Championship Sunday, but Cliff Prince certainly has found a very, very special spot. It's 2 shell beds, about the size of his boat, a 21-foot boat, about 50 yards apart, and they have been loaded up every morning, catching most of his fish on a chatterbait with a swim bait trailer, mixing it up a little bit with plastic worm, shaky head. This fish right here was definitely on a worm.
We're done.
Made it look easy, somewhat easy. He lost a few fish this morning, but for the most part, for 3 mornings in a row, Cliff Prince has made it look easy, only burning about a gallon of fuel to get to his starting location, and it's been loaded every day.
Took a lead at 8:03 yesterday morning. This morning he caught 15 pounds in the first 28 minutes.
Unbelievable.
It was 8:30 when he called with that big one.
I think Dalton Tumblin was out there for about an hour with Cliff Prince and got 106 fantastic photos of his morning. That's how good it was. Normally you see the size of the photo gallery, and then you see a couple of the size of the fish, and you realize that's how good of a morning he had.
You know, we eliminated half the field after yesterday's weigh-in. A lot of those anglers, I'm sure, are watching this morning and saying, man, how can it be that easy to catch a limit of bass? He certainly has made it look easy. He's done a good job.
Controlling the controllables.
Controlling the controllables, that's right. And then getting a good solid limit and then backing off of the fish each day. This was his last fish he chose to try to catch off a sweet spot there on the Decatur Flats this morning. A beautiful, beautiful fish there. He's got his 6 pound, 12 ounces, which I think is probably a little light.
Yeah.
One of the biggest we've ever seen here on Bassmaster Live. And man, oh man, just putting a period on a great, great day. Cliff Prince.
Big deal with that, Davey, is if you're just joining us at 6:12, you're thinking we're maybe thinking it's 7.5, close to the biggest bass of the tournament. The big key to his day, though, is a 3-1 at 6'10" is his smallest fish. Having that your smallest be a little higher. His floor is so high this week, a bunch of threes, and if you get that 5.5 pounder like day one, or you get a 6-12, maybe a 7.5 today, that's what raises you up.
Yeah, absolutely. Unofficially, today's weight 21 pounds, 15 ounces. We think it might be a little more of that. Possibly the biggest string of the tournament so far.
Could well be. We won't know until 3 o'clock p.m. today, Eastern Time. That's when the weigh-in takes place at Ingalls Harbor there. We've got Cliff Prince with that good lead right now. And as we say, except for a couple of exceptions, our top 10 has not changed much during the course of the day. And that's where you want to be when it's all done. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, day number 3 is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shop, and by Skeeter Boats. Well, into the second half of our day here for sure. Gonna wrap it up. First flight due back in at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Cliff Prince of Palatka, Florida. The man on top, big story here this week. John Cox of Florida was the man who had the lead on day number 1, but since then it's been Cliff Prince, and of course that top 10 is what today is all about. Hunter Shryock, the man in 10th place right now. Yeti hot seat. Jacob Fouts, the man just below that cut line today. So some maneuvering left to do for both of those anglers. Jacob Fouts doesn't know that he's just out, and Hunter Shryock doesn't know that he's just in, but that's where the action is on the course of today, and that's what will be decided at the end of it all today.
Well, guys, we talked about it. You teased it up, Tommy. I want to just get right to it at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, explaining the Decatur Flats. We're fishing offshore places in the summertime, deeper water places. This is what, I'm going to pause it right here. This is what the visual looks like when we're seeing from the perspective of a boat with an angler. You're out in the middle of the lake. You're pretty far off the bank in some circumstances. And then when I'm going to play it, we're going to suck the water out of the lake real quick. This is what you would normally see, a textbook ledge or a textbook offshore hump, deeper area in the creek channel and a high spot where these fish will gather up. When that current flows down the Tennessee River on Wheeler Lake, it'll run over these humps. These fish position and ambush perfectly, and that is where you can capitalize off of it, and that's where they'll also eat forage, gizzard shad, things like that. Here's another perspective, though. That is the traditional Tennessee River, and there are places like that on Wheeler Lake, but the Decatur Flats, what we would call, we're not calling them the Decatur Ledges, but the Decatur Flats. When you see the, the south shore of Wheeler Lake, right out in front of takeoff, that's where the main channel is. 30, 40, 50 feet of water. It's pretty wide as well, the main channel, but when it rises up, this is what it ends up looking like. You've got the main channel that runs through, and then other little ditches and channels will come in there. And on top, all these places that are still in blue as we go under the water to look at it, these places are still fishable waters, but they're just much shallower. Instead of being 20 to 30 feet deep, you're going to have a lot of places that are 4 to 5 feet deep. And the colors on this map explain it perfectly as well. Those mid-depth places of the yellow, that's going to be that 6 to 10 foot range in some of these areas. The green's going to be that 3 to 5 foot range. And then the really shallow areas on these flats are 1 to 2 feet of water at times, depending on the water level on Wheeler, are in red. So you can see how many places these fish can be, all the different ranges when it comes to depth, but also the little subtleties, the little creek channels, the little ditches, the little high spots or low spots within it. Those are the places where we're seeing a lot of anglers gather, and that's why it is a needle in a haystack on Wheeler Lake, because it's expansive and it's not always the most obvious place where they'll be.
Good job there with the screen of knowledge. It's a great visual right here. You can see from our drone.
Twists and turns there on the left side.
See the main channel there right in the center, that yellow, lighter green, and then you see the turns and twists in those creeks and ditches, and you have the higher places, and vegetation grows better in some areas than other, and there's no better way to describe it. It's a maze of good largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass habitat. And that's what the Decatur Flats are.
As we head out to Alex Redwine. gets a little slow during parts of the day, yet sometimes when it just seems as flat and still and high sun as possible, they fire up a little bit for short periods of time.
Be a good one. It feels freaking good. Oh, it's a freaking. Oh. Oh, yes, buddy. A pizza time. Oh, good golly. He's skinny. I'm gonna put him on the old bubby. Take a look at this, guys. We've gone a good while without a bite. I think that's a freaking 4-pounder. Oh, gosh. Talk about some excitement. $4 1/4.
Best fish so
a little
far.
Skinny,
How it's catch.
These are the type of fish that are sitting right here, but they've been a little difficult. But we wrangled this one. I think that's gonna put us in for tomorrow. Man.
It's gonna almost pull him even with Jay Securit's total too of around 14 pounds. When you got a 112 and you got a 4-pounder, you're gonna get a 2+ pound cull. It'll move him from 11.5 pounds to probably upper 13s.
He started this year hot. And
14, and he's going to leapfrog Shakira, his roommate.
And he ended last year pretty good too.
AOY winners are notorious for having to let down you the following
year too. Yes, sir. Keep you off that hot floor.
Seeing the effects
yes,
of
sir.
The water moving a little bit.
Golly, they pretty. Look at that. What's he saying? Go Vols. Go Vols, baby. Right there.
I always wondered what they were saying.
Good old Rocky Top. Woo!
Glad he
Rocky
pointed that
Top,
out to us.
Tennessee. Rocky Top, you and me. It's either 2 or 4.
He's not far from Auburn and Alabama. I don't know if I'd be saying that in Decatur.
Oh, wow. What a lump sum. It's a 312.
312?
Yep. Shoo! That's a top 10. It's between 2 and 4.
Catch 2 or 3 more.
Yeah. Look at that. I mean, gorgeous.
We're getting about the 3rd best bag of the day so far behind Prince and Hanselman.
I guess my grass school show back up.
He's been solid all week, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's the only bad thing when you're showing that leaderboard, Tommy, coming back.
Don't you even do that.
John Cox has 45 or 47 pounds and change for 3 days. 22 of that's day 1. So 25 pounds over the next 2 days, that's just not like, that's a severe letdown. We didn't expect it to hold up all 4 days, but you got so that's what these guys are battling. A lot of these guys who are in the top 5 or 7 have had a really good one day. Cliff Prince has had 3 really good days.
Yeah. So hard for John Cox to keep that 20 pounds a day, 22 pounds a day going, that little small pond that he caught those fish in.
You made that great point yesterday that, these guys out here on the flats probably have a much better chance of their fish replenishing than the anglers who are back in
the reload factor. Takahiro Mora only had 10 pounds on day 1 and 3 20-pound bags, including the biggest one, 25.3. Last time to win here in 2016.
Alex Redwine waited 2.5 hours since his last keeper to get this one, but it was worth the wait, apparently.
4-pounder, 4 1/4.
Yeah, there's the pizza.
Oh, there's your pizza.
Oh, you're kidding me?
Pizza reward. 4-pounders.
You won't have to heat it up too much.
4-pounders are always valuable, but sometimes, Davey, they're even more valuable, especially when they upgrade over a 112 like that.
What a friend. What a friend.
Bring the man the pizza out on the water there. Cliff Prince, man, on top right now with Ray Hanselman Jr. still in pursuit, but Cliff Prince has pretty much been unmolested for the past 4 or 5 hours here. He got out to that good lead, and just no one has been challenging to any degree. Oh, good stuff here. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. Getting within a couple of hours to the end of our day. FXR providing our live coverage. Great pictures we've been seeing today from above, from water level, from just about every angle. Watching these 50 anglers doing everything within their power to make it some way, somehow into the top 10. And have a chance at one more day of fishing in a season where the days of fishing are starting to go away, starting to dwindle down to a precious few, as the old saying goes.
I think that's John Cruz, real close to where he caught the smallmouth yesterday.
That little point, wasn't it? Or
little
was it?
corner, that's right.
Needs a little bit more afternoon surprise there if he wants to make the top 10. Tommy, you're talking about that. He's fallen down to 13th. I think the only one who surrendered his top 10 spot to start the day.
It's been amazing how well that top 10 to start the day has hung in there. They don't want to be unseated.
A lot of good footage with John yesterday, but you could tell he was really struggling, battling, pulling out all his cards to catch what he caught yesterday.
He's one bite away. Hey, AOI update. Trey McKinney is in 28th place. He's actually gained points with Hamner falling today.
Well,
about
still
52
out here
ahead right now.
winding on the main river, and it has not been very good. We got only had one small one since we've been out here. We haven't caught that many today, but at least the ones we've caught are small. No, wait, that was not right. That was not good. That's not good. Small ones are not good. Big one's good. Right, got it. We got us about 2 hours left, and I feel like that the afternoon bite has got to get better. It can't be any worse for us. And I've, tried to make a few bait adjustments, and we're just going to kind of keep plugging around. I'm just going to fish what I feel. I think it's a really good looking spot right up here, but it's been getting beaten on a little bit. But we might pull the Ned rig out. Looks like a little bit of current's flowing. That is always positive. But if the current's flowing, they should be tattooing this chatterbait, and they don't seem to be doing that right now. I'm gonna throw the Ned rig.
John Cruz, the first day leader last time we were here, back in 2016, 8 years ago, and wound up in 3rd place.
That's a great visual, Davey. Here we're east of Takeoff. Takeoff's up there where the bridges, past the bridges are, but this is the main channel where we're hanging out. On the right side of those tree lines, a lot shallower area. It gets much more up into creeks. And minus the trees, it's the same thing when you get past the bridges, except without the tree. It's just all the flats. That's where the flat.
And then you have that bar, which you have the trees on now.
They just have no timber. But those stumps, that's where they reside from.
Just thinking that, with the aerial views that we have now, you can really learn so much more about why these fish are certain places. You could certainly see why John Cruz has been able to catch fish where he's sitting there. But
see a little bit of change in the background scenery here.
Wow.
A few more different pursuits coming in as people try to do what they can, as we say, everything they can to get in the top 10.
That's great backgrounds. We start with John Cox. He's in the very back of the back of Spring Creek. It's matted vegetation, and he's obviously done real well. Unofficially in 3rd place. Justin Hamner all the way upriver. Behind the Gunnersville Dam, waiting on some current flow. John Cruz a little upstream of Takeoff, fishing the bar parallel to the main river.
Getting bit.
And Wesley Gore and looks like Decatur Harbor, fishing some boat docks.
Yeah. It's the first boat dock we've seen all week.
Going to see a lot of boat docks at Smith Lake, are we not?
We will see
event.
some fishing boat docks at Smith Lake, no doubt.
There were some big ones here.
People like to run their boats on Smith Lake.
Oh,
I do
see a lot of boats
no
too.
way.
Saturday on Smith Lake will look
Saturday
very
before
different than
the
what we're
4th of
seeing
July.
here.
Yeah.
The two Smith Lakes in Bassmaster history, the two main ones, that one and Smith Mountain Lake are both big sites for weekend fun recreational activity.
Yes, they are.
Now, I wasn't feeling great yesterday, and I might not have heard this, but someone said, I hope to catch them better at our next stop at Lake Martin. I hope they don't go to Lake Martin because that is the wrong pleasure boating lake. They need to go to Smith Lake, a little bit west of there.
Another surprising day in a lot of ways. Very, very active day.
Yeah, you know, if you're feeling bad any day, just take a look at some of this John Cox catching this fish on a frog and reeling in 182 pounds of vegetation and a 4-pound bass. That'll make you feel better.
I tell you, Tommy, no matter how tough they say it's going to be or how tough it actually is, every time we turn on the cameras for FS1 on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning, action shows up. And this morning with Cliff Print, couldn't ask for any more.
Oh my gosh,
Holy
one of the best days put
Hanselman
together we have
and
ever
Cruz.
seen out here. And a great person to do it too. Someone who's been working so hard, who has definitely paid his dues through the year, and getting to enjoy a day like this.
Cliff Prince fishes offshore for snapper and grouper. That looks like a grouper right there.
There's your leaderboard as it stands right now, and Cliff Prince on top. Going to try to lead the way into the top 10, and one more day of competition coming up from here at Wheeler Lake. Coverage is going to continue on Bassmaster.com for you. Right around the corner, we got some MLB pregame activity. Kevin Burkhardt, Dontrell Willis, and Eric Karras getting us all primed and ready for a classic matchup, Cardinals and Cubs.
Let's go.
Tomorrow on FS2, we will start things for you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So we will look forward to seeing you then. As we say, coverage continues at Bassmaster.com.
Yeah, that one we just caught, that last one.
Oh man, you know, it's typical, same as the last 2 days. We just kind of milling around out here and giving our main area a break. And I want to run around and I want to go catch other fish, but I'm afraid, you know, somebody randomly may shut down and just start fishing and run across these fish. And I don't want to take that chance. I don't want to go over there and catch any more myself because I don't really feel like I can better myself a whole lot. And hopefully that's the right thing. Hopefully it pays off tomorrow morning and we make 5 casts and have 20 pounds. You know, that's the goal for tomorrow, but we're gonna hope for 5 bites and hope there are 5 big ones. Felt kind of good. Bait's just absolutely everywhere out here. I mean, there's seen like 4 different sizes of groups of just thousands of them. She toasty. Yeah, I heard about that fish getting bit by a shark and they disqualifying it.
Yeah, it was crazy. There was like a riot in the crowd. Weigh their fish.
Wow.
Yeah, it was gonna win by like 100-something pounds. There was no
Jeez. And there's some rule that if something interferes with the fish's fight, then it's deep.
Literally in the rule it says fish's flesh cannot be mutilated. This includes other sea animals, barracudas, and sharks. It says it right there.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. A buddy of mine, actually the guy that got me this deal with first off, it was Kubota. He owned a Kubota dealership, and they also sold Gravely mowers. He got into offshore fishing, him and a boy that I graduated school with. And the boy that I graduated school with, he's really, really good out of St. Augustine and all that. And they entered a Wahoo tournament. And the boy that I graduated with, like I say, he's an excellent saltwater angler. He's done it ever since we were kids. And anyway, they hooked the winning Wahoo.
Hell yeah.
And they knew it was a giant. They knew it was big enough to win. And they're drifting, fighting this fish. And they're drifting towards a set of numbers that this boy knows. And he says, when we get here, if y'all see a shark, we've got to let this fish free spool and let him go. Because if we don't, the sharks are going to eat him. So they, of course, they get over there towards that wreck or whatever it was, I don't know. And the shark gets after him, so they just push the button. Free spool, just let him take off. They get away from that wreck, land the fish, and win the tournament.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and, you know, most people wouldn't have known to do that.
No, that shark would have had that fish.
Oh yeah, he'd have cut him in half. Eat everything but the head. Yeah, that was a pretty cool story. They told me about that. That was pretty awesome. You know, a lot of people would have. Yeah, no.
It just happened to him before.
Yeah, he's seen it happen a bunch. His son actually runs a guide service, or not a guide service. He runs a boat over there, or works for somebody that owns a boat over there, and guides every day. One of the best over there.
How much was the winning prize?
trailer on this other chatterbait and then make a little move. Put a little goods in there. Nobody home.
Oh gosh.
I don't like it when you slow it down. What time you got?
12:34.
10 more minutes.
Oh, oh God. Oh God. Oh God, it's barely hooked. Oh, ah, oh God. Oh, oh, that was a good last minute call. Oh, I just kneeled down because I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh God. Whew. That was a nice one. We needed this one here. That was a great call. I think that'll get rid of that one. Oh, look how healthy those fish are. These are the ones we need. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me, I'm gonna have to, I don't want him to jump out. Oh, surely that's not the one, right? No, that's gotta be, there's gotta be a smaller one in there. Sorry. Oh, 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 I think it's red. Let me see. Yeah, it's probably red. Yeah. Those two, these are definitely bigger. Let's make sure we don't have enough. Make sure these are big. Yeah. 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 Oh, man. I think that's a 2.5. Let them go back in here. Wow, that water's warm. All right. Let's go. I think we should get out of here. I mean, I would love to bust another big one, but if we're gonna sit here all day tomorrow, look at that, we got a mess, wow. Yeah, yeah, I think we'll, I mean, we were gonna leave right now anyways, right? 12:45, so. Give us enough time to run back. I feel pretty good about what we got, so, I mean, I just don't know how many are still in here. I don't know if, wow, that's just, oh man, the deck is burning my butt. It's so warm. So I think we culled everything that from this morning. So that's good. We'll just come straight in tomorrow. Do our best and see what happens. Because I really think that one, we really only culled, what, half a pound on that one, I think. Yeah, let's get out of here. Yeah, which is good.
Dang, that rod is hot. Let me have it. All right, I'll catch one.
Good grass right there. Come on.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Our live coverage continues. Bassmaster Whataburger Elite at Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. Our live coverage sponsored by FXR. So great to have their partnership on this very important job of keeping you up to date what's going on at this 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We have got our 50 anglers out here, this being semifinal Saturday, and Cliff Prince started the day with the lead, a lead which he has extended by about 6 pounds during the course of the day ahead of Ray Hanselman. John Garrett's made a move up that leaderboard. John Cox kind of holding serve there, maybe moving up a little bit. Alex Wetherall, Alex Redwine, the two Alexes, Wesley Gore, Jay Shakurat, Justin Hamner. And the only person not starting the day in the top 10 is the number 10 spot, Hunter Shryock today. So the top 10 have been Bulldogs. They are not going to be unseated from that top 10 today if they have anything to do with it. So anyway, we're glad you're with us. We got another hour of fishing time. Of course, the weigh-in takes place here about 3 o'clock. Starts here on Bassmaster.com about 3 o'clock. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, and the Such. And Davey, it's been just a joy to watch our friend Mr. Prince out there doing so well. And now I see we're joined by Mr. Mercer here. There's Dave Mercer. At attention there, getting ready to just minutes away from starting the weigh-in, just a few minutes away. And Dave, you and Cliff Prince basically started with the Elite Series about the same time, about 14 years ago. Why don't you give us some of your thoughts on Cliff Prince and some of the things that people ought to know about him?
I mean, he is truly just one of the good guys, and I know that gets said a lot, but he is just good in every single element of his life. When you see him, whether it's around his community in Palatka, Florida, around his kids. I mean, his child once saved a drowning person at an event, if you remember that, just a few years ago. The whole family is just, the term comes to my mind, salt of the earth. And I'll say one thing about Cliff Prince is you've watched him compete over the years, and he's had opportunities. I mean, 3 times in his Bassmaster career, he's been in the top 3, and there's been times where he's had big spikes at events where you've seen him say, hey, he's had that one big day. But this really feels like, I mean, it's his time. And there's nobody in bass fishing that would argue with this. He is truly just one of the good guys, salt of the earth, and I'm here for it, guys.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got to be pulling for Cliff Prince. But let's say if there is a villain in the top 10, who might it be? I mean, do you see a Ray Hanselman being able to catch 20-plus pounds? Do you see John Garrett? Who do you think would be the guy that Cliff Prince has to worry most about tomorrow?
I mean, I think that all of them have an opportunity, but do you know who kind of screams to me that, because just crazy things have happened throughout his entire career. I'm going to say butterfly kisses, John Cox. I mean, he has got a special area, and this morning when I talked to him, he talked about how the water's rising and it's helping his case, and I think something magical has to happen for it really to go down. Let's be honest. But if it can happen, it can happen to anyone there. John Garrett's also a little scary because, I mean, he's just he doesn't have a pulse. He's just the Grim Reaper that just rolls along and wins titles. Seems unflappable now that he's here at the Bassmaster Elite Series. But there's something in me that says, and who doesn't want to see John Cox battle it out? 2 Florida anglers here, and 2 anglers that haven't had a great season, didn't have a great Florida swing, but I'm saying Cox, if anyone can. But I'll be honest, guys. I probably have a mild to intermediate case of heat stroke, so I don't know if any of my thoughts are making sense. I am sucking on Pedialyte like they are pina coladas at a Parrot Head concert. But I'm excited. It's semifinal Saturday. I mean, and every once in a while I remove myself from the meat locker, a.k.a. my hotel room, and come out here in the sunshine of Alabama.
So Dave, that brings up my question. Sometimes early in the year, February, we start, and I know it's really, really cold in Canada, and you come down south, whether it's Texas or Florida, where it might be, and you have to say, man, this is really nice, these 70-degree days. And maybe even once or twice I've sensed that maybe you think it'd be a lot easier if I lived a lot closer to where most of these tournaments are. Have you thought that this week at all about maybe it would be nice to live in the southeastern United States in the months of June, July, and August?
Not one bit, Davey Height. I can tell you 100%. Not one bit have I thought that. I'll tell you, we are in Alabama. I mean, number one, it is paradise at home. We have 9 weeks a year where it is wonderful at home, and that is this 9 weeks. And actually today in Ontario is Bass opener. I know people in the South are saying, why would you have a Bass closer? But it is how it works up there. So it's a special day in Ontario. But I'm not moving to Alabama. I love Alabama. I love the fine folks of Alabama. It's the birthplace of Bassmaster. It's all about roll tide, but I'm going to tell you what, I would roll on out of town if I lived here. I would put up with the cold a lot better than I can put up with this heat.
Well, Dave, thanks so much for all the good stuff. All the good stuff with Jason Christie also during the on-location coverage. Back to the meat locker for Dave Mercer until weigh-in time, which again, we remind you begins at 3 p.m. Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. And now to catch up everyone on what's been going on out here today. If you're just checking in, a good opportunity to learn more during the course of our, right now, Bassmaster Midday Report, starting with Ohio's Alex Redwine.
Go ahead, Ronnie. We'll let you start it off. I'll finish up on the final three. Go ahead.
That's fine. Hey, so Alex Redwine made a big jump after day one. Had an okay weight. You know, a lot of these guys after practice thought 13 pounds, I'm going to be in the top 20. Not the case. They caught him big time this week, so he was down in 35th place. Made a jump yesterday into our top 10 in 7th and has stayed right around that mark all day today. A little bit slower to get to a limit. Been sharing some fish with Jay Shakira, putting their heads together. Combined effort here this week to survive the Wheeler event, and they have survived well. Really had a okay day, falling down to the bottom portion of our top 10. Not sure if he was going to make the final day, and then a 4-pounder this afternoon. Not only netted him a 2+ pound cull, but he gave him a little pizza slice as well. He got some midday lunch and things of that sort. But other than Cliff Prince, he's the only one who's kind of taken it easy this afternoon at a certain point.
He has done that. You did that so well.
I try to be eloquent here and there. I just got pizza of my own, so I'm refreshed for this last hour.
There you go. Yeah, you got some fuel in the tank now. Alex Redwine currently sitting at 13 pounds and 2 ounces. Let's go to Alex Part 2. This is Alex Wetherall from Middlebury. Is it Middletown, Connecticut? Middletown, Connecticut. He's turning up. He's up in his game this year.
Yes, he is, and this is what I saw in the Opens. You know, a more consistent Alex. He was up and down last year. We know how rookies go on their first season, acclimating to it, hearing the doc talk, listening or not believing the doc talk, doing it his way this week. Big shaky head, a big worm on it too, and Davey, how you mentioned it, working it a whole lot faster than some guys, but when he's taking some drink breaks, putting his rod down, that bait is settled on the bottom. Once he resumes the action, he's got some bites. So that might be a different cadence that once these schools get pressured, may work out.
Absolutely. Sometimes dead sticking that worm can certainly be the ticket. John Cox, officially in 4th place, 48 pounds, 11 ounces. Made a little different turn this morning. Instead of headed down to Spring Creek, he went upstream just a little bit to try a little different pattern this morning, fishing around the riprap there at the bridge and around the marina area there. Caught a few fish, but they were not the right size. Gave him a little security in the live well. He had 3 keepers when he went to this area that obviously is full of a lot of beautiful vegetation. He's caught most of those big fish on that Swamp Lord frog, including that one and this one here just a little bit later. Not a lot of bites in this area for John Cox, but they have certainly been the right size. Day one, leader, 22 pounds, with only 7 fish all day long. Today, he's been able to catch good quality fish, but no 6 and 7 pounders.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, Tommy, if the frog he's using is the Swamp Lord, maybe he's been knighted this week. He has he stood to the test. And
he's an Earl now.
Knighted.
He's a Swamp Earl by now. It has to be. Absolutely. You can really put some stripes on that pesto out there in the middle of that pond. That is for sure.
That
John
does
Garrett.
Look like some of the pasta sauce. Thank you. That's good.
John Garrett, who Dave Mercer just informed of us, he seems to be a cold-calculated killer out there when in his appearances here on Bassmaster Live. He does have a lot of poise and a lot of calm about him. Not really what you think of from a rookie.
No, absolutely not. And just so surprised after we saw him on day one. I got to talk to him that afternoon thinking that he had a lot of experience here on Wheeler Lake, and he said, nope, I've only fished it one other time when the opens were here last year when I was trying to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite. So very, very impressive. Been very consistent this week. Been around the top 5 all week, just steady, fishing slow, methodically, a few places. And to be honest with you, there's so many great offshore fishermen that have graphed in practice and fished these exact same places that John Garrett has been able to fish and get these fish to bite.
Well, this has been a tournament that obviously is set up well for Ray Hanselman. Ray Hanselman has been in the conversation for the top part of the leaderboard all week long, and really, as we've said before, seems very comfortable and very much dialed into what's happening out there.
He really is. It's a big surprise to so many people that have kept up with Ray Hanselman through his fishing career. A lot of it, we was just fishing in the Texas area. What a proven winner he is. He has not held a blue trophy yet, but it is soon to come. If not this week, one day we certainly know Ray Hanselman will do that. He's a great offshore fisherman. Tends to excel when you have vegetation, a variety of vegetation like we have here. He's got a 1-2 punch, fishing shell beds earlier in the morning and then fishing some thick vegetation in the same general area of the Decatur Flats, about a mile apart, his best area of vegetation versus the shell bar.
Now we come to our leader, Cliff Prince. Yesterday, for numbers, I don't think anybody beat him for numbers. And he had numbers today, but he added some more size.
Yeah, it's really been amazing how not only these fish have reloaded for Cliff Prince, but the size seems to get better and better each day, but it also, they get better between 8 and 9 o'clock all 3 days. We didn't have him on camera the first day, but I talked to Cliff, and he caught a 4 and a 5 about 8:30 on day 1. Yesterday and today, we've had him on camera, catching a good solid limit early, but then between 8 and 9 o'clock, he has really been able to really add weight to his 5-fish limit. Today was absolutely incredible. That last fish that he caught was just a stud. It's definitely a 7-pounder. So we'll see. He's definitely in the driver's seat to hold the first blue trophy over his head. I know the whole fishing world is pulling for him. Catch 1 or 2 like that tomorrow. He'll be holding that trophy, no doubt.
Hey, 1 or 2 like that tomorrow, Tommy, that's going to put him in the top 5 for the biggest margins of victory if he catches 2 over 7 tomorrow.
Maybe an elbow brace tomorrow after one hand in that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, it's hot in Florida, but it is hot on Lake Wheeler in Alabama today. I mean, it's got to be 105 degrees, feel like, because, I mean, it is just absolutely a scorcher. But anyway, the fish are still biting early. They could be still biting right now. I'm sure they are for somebody, but we've kind of laid off of them. We had a really good morning this morning, real quick. And hopefully there's 5 there tomorrow, at least 3 pounds or better. And if we can put them in the boat, I think we'll be okay. And I do have a backup plan if need be, but hopefully we catch 5 that go about 20 pounds tomorrow, and we'll have an easy day tomorrow. But if not, we'll grind it out to the end.
Tacking on 15 would make it pretty hard to catch Cliff Prince.
It sure would. It sure would.
Never would have thought that either when you're coming into the tournament that's been so tough for so many in practice, the poor mouthing or the low expectations, that over 20 pounds a day would be your day 3 leader. And so the fact, I mean, if you had to put odds on it, Davey, I'd expect him to catch 20 pounds tomorrow.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, that looking at this tournament, I think we all would agree, and we picked the winning weight. If an angler can catch 20 pounds for 2 days, 20 pounds a day for 2 days, then the other days, if they can catch 15, 16 pounds for the other 2 days, average that will be your winner. Yeah. So he's had, he had almost 20 on day 1, a little over 20 on day 2. I think we all agree he's got over 20 today. So he's already got 3 days of that. To catch 15, he'll be so hard to beat.
Pretty good. Still just poking around in here. I'm about to make a move in the next little bit out to the flat and try to just sling around in the grass and get lucky and catch a big one. Like I said before, I've had a real big one each day, and today I've got, I've weighed in a 2-pounder every day, and I've got a high 2s today and no big one, so I don't really know how else to go catch a big one. I'm just going to get out there where they live and sling around, and hopefully we run into one.
Logan Parks just found a big one, got in our top 10 from 19th to 9th. He's got about 15 and a quarter on the day.
Wow.
Good for
A
him.
little bit of what we've seen from Wesley Gore during the course of today.
It's big.
During the break we were on, just that ended a little bit ago. Good call for him.
Menendez isn't giving up either. He just landed a 5-pounder.
Easy, girl. Yes! Yes! Just go, dude. I made it. Dude, it fell out.
Hook just fell out of his mouth.
That one's got
That's a good solid
yeah,
fish.
That one's fed up.
Fish looks like it's close to 4 pounds.
Davey, we don't root for anybody here in the studio. But
We
it does
don't.
make us feel good when people we maybe put on camera day one when we had to pick and choose in the field who to put. If they end up making it to the final day, you're like, I knew there was a reason we trusted them. Guys like Logan Parks, they're close. They're
We're
holding
not
up
going to
there in the
mention
bar.
that I mentioned Wesley Gore, are we?
Yeah, you did mention Wesley Gore. You did mention Wesley Gore.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring that up.
I know, of course, that's fine.
Back to Alex Red Wine.
You're right, though, Ronnie. We makes us feel good.
Oh, that's Logan Parks right there, I believe.
It's gonna be close. So I think we got like 45 minutes left. Just kind of, I haven't hit this yet today. I've caught a few fish off of it the first and the second day. Just kind of checking on it. Logan's here. I saw him. I guess he lost one, but I don't know. Just something I wanted to hit kind of before we went in, just to see if there was any fish left. I'm sure this spot's been kind of beat on a lot the last few days. I know some of the other guys have been fishing. It's just a little school on a kind of a creek channel, but yeah, just gonna make a few casts here and then probably head in. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I survived the day. Had fun today. Had a few kind of tough times, or just where I had to put my head down. But it was a fun day overall. Glad we survived. Glad we caught that big one that you guys saw. We got to eat a pizza, so that was good. Yeah, but it's all good. Yeah, sounds like Logan's got a decent bag, and I don't know. It'd be nice if we caught like another 3-something pounder just to end the day with and head on in. But looking forward to the AC here in a few hours. Air conditioner.
Oh, we know what you were talking about, Alex.
I did see, Tommy, where it said England is going to experience a 48-hour window of 26 degrees Celsius, and I think that converts to 79 degrees. So I know they may not have AC over there in England or something, but 79, I think the elite guys here at Wheeler would take that. They would take
yeah.
70.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's our starting temp from the mornings.
Yeah.
AC, air conditioning.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you don't know, now you know.
Catch you with
additional catches. That's not what he's talking about. But he was talking about one more catch.
Or maybe it was
that's
add cheese to my pizza.
Could be. Could well be. Cliff Prince hanging in there. Absolute lock to make it to the final day. Ditto for Ray Hanselman, John Garrett, probably John Cox as well. Of course, nothing's official until weigh-in time. We remind you the programming note. Weigh-in kicks off right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. More fishing in the meantime. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Series on Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Lots of ways to get around here on one of the longest waterways.
Oh, that was Suits.
That was.
Where's he going?
No, he's right here. It's an imposter. Who is that guy?
Boy, I really thought Justin Hamner was going to vie for the title. He left the Gunnersville tail race with 7.5 pounds. He's coming. He's got to head back.
Wow. Well, that was a gamble to begin with.
The highs of biggest bag of yesterday to probably the lowest bag of anyone who's going to make the top 10.
If he stays there.
Yeah.
What do you do tomorrow in his case?
Yeah.
Back up there and
If he makes it.
Yeah,
There's
if
so
he
many
makes
guys real close.
I talked to him last night. He was feeling real good about his chances. Real good.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, he had 20 pounds yesterday. Why not?
Gigantic one underneath that thing.
Never generated out of the Gunnersville.
I mean, how
Dam.
big it.
Oh, they're chasing it?
Yeah.
I
Like,
didn't see it. I didn't have pole. I don't have my glasses on. You said it was big?
yeah, like 6 pounds big. $2.15.
215. That's a cool.
Hot.
Hasn't put a keeper in the live well since 7:32. 6'4".
He's just been keeping the seat warm, so to speak.
Yeah, him and Cliff Prince both took hiatuses from catching after their 6+ pounders. They both bookended their days with that, but Greg obviously needs to keep upgrading.
Part of that is because he had such a good morning, but still,
Right.
7 hours between calls.
That is.
I heard
That
guys
takes
on
some mental
stage
discipline
yesterday.
right there.
Heard several guys yesterday on stage say they only caught him in the first 40 minutes tops, and then they didn't get another bite the rest of the day.
Maybe got him an ounce or two.
Yeah.
At a 213.
213, 2
just an ounce or two. Closer to 20 pounds. It's an ounce or two he doesn't have to catch tomorrow, Davey.
It's a good way to think of it. It really is.
Cliff Prince, your leader right there. We might as well get back to him.
I think that was Prince himself.
You're right, that might have been.
1 o'clock that one day.
If he catches 20 in the morning by 8, will we be playing Purple Rain?
Not if we want to monetize our feed, that's for sure. I'm just kidding.
Oh, surely after his first Elite Series victory, he won't change his name to a symbol, will he?
Be that temptation to do that, you know. Carry on the tradition.
Instead of Cliff being Principal Atka, the
symbol will be $100,000 sign.
Prince of the
I am
Decatur
the
Flats.
Principal. He would
Or
put
the artist
on the
formerly
beginning.
known as the principal.
Yes.
The fisherman formerly known as.
Now, if Cliff were to call in the last 15 minutes of fishing when he's not even trying today, right now, that would speak wonders of. And it's your time, and his cadence is probably. He's had to go down to a 5-to-1 gear ratio so he can just take it easy today.
And he's a couple long casts from the juice, and he's making very short casts right now. I'll say that. He doesn't want to get a bait near the spot where those fish should be.
And that's the hardest thing that maybe viewers who were tuned in earlier today on Fox Sports 1 that might not understand, but protecting the spot, like, it's the only sport like that. That's like, there could be outside influence, If somebody's watering the greens, I guess, Tommy, when you're not expecting in the middle of your shot, that would be the golf perspective of it. But the fact that some of these fishing spots could be influenced in the evenings or before you get there or while you're fishing there.
Yeah, certainly no other sport like it.
One thing in his favor is they bite in the morning.
Yes.
That certainly helps on that.
Yeah, so even if someone does go on in the afternoon, then likely won't
do as much damage in the evening.
Right.
Theoretically.
When we fire up Fox Sports 2 in the morning at 9 Eastern, I mean, it's way too early to call, but is it over? Do you think he has what he had this morning by 9 tomorrow?
I think he will have every opportunity to have a limit by well before 9. Now, he lost a couple this morning, and it didn't really matter, but I don't know if he's going to have an opportunity to catch 12 and he only lands 4 of them, that he can overcome that. But
yeah,
I absolutely think it'll reload.
And we haven't seen him, we know it slows down, we haven't seen him push it throughout the day.
Yeah.
He could find the spot where the shaky head and the big worm, pay off for him in the afternoon and still catch a good limit.
And I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I know exactly where he's at. And I've been talking to an angler that lives there and fishes there all the time. Those fish have been there for weeks, reloading every night. So it would shock me if he doesn't have a chance to do what he's done the last 3 days again tomorrow morning.
And even though we are coming on an hour later, we're going to be rolling tape from the start of the day.
That's
so we
one.
won't miss any catches on our show.
We'll have the whole story.
Yeah.
And we're set back an hour tomorrow to start, but that's because we won't take any kind of break. Like we'll be going straight through basically.
Right.
All day long.
First part on FS2, as you mentioned, Ronnie, and
there'll be some live mix rolling beforehand and stuff.
Some live mix before, and we'll go from FS2 to the Fox Network for a couple hours after that.
We're actually coming in 30 minutes early because I told Mercer this morning. He said, "What is the one thing you're afraid of?" I said, "Heat stroke," and I feel it approaching. It is really hot. My graphs were melting, and I was melting, and so was Jake behind that hot camera. Woo! And that boat dock. But we had a good day, enough to fish to tomorrow, enough to get us to tomorrow, and overall great day. And see if we can catch them again tomorrow. And cool off, getting that AC. That's the plan.
John Garrett wrapping things up today, pulling up to the dock. Let's take a look back at his day.
Third best bag on Bass Track, 17-2.
Just good, solid fishing by John Garrett all week, all 3 days. He started out today just like the previous 2 days. Not the 5, 6, and 7 pounders like we've seen some of these other anglers have the opportunity, but good, solid keepers. Had a good game plan all week, and been the most consistent angler other than Cliff Prince that we've had. He's just been real steady between 15 and 20 pounds, but not around that 20-pound mark so much.
He left the dock this morning down by about 5.5 to 6 pounds. He's going to arrive at the dock this evening and probably be down by 10 to 11 pounds. Do you see something in his area? We've seen him with a lot of worms, a lot of finesse presentation, a lot of slower things. He's threatened a square bill at times. He's threatened some other things. When he looks at the leaderboard and says, "I'm 10 to 11 pounds back, I'm a Tennessee River angler, what do I need to do?"
So I think to me it's a little surprising that the guys that are fishing more Main River and less Decatur Flat have not had the opportunities to really catch a big bag like we've seen Ray Hanselman and Cliff Prince do. But a lot of the fish that Ray and Cliff are catching are headed that way. So at some point, there's going to be a 20, 21, or 2 pound limit possible out on places more like what Logan Parks and John Garrett and some of those other anglers have been fishing, more Main River-ish.
Yeah. That's not good, but 2 pounders aren't going to win me anything anyway.
It's just changed, but all the rain and all the cool nights and high water flow has kept the majority of these bass on those flats rather than out in the river. But they are headed that way now, and that's what Cliff Prince is capitalized on. He is at a major intersection. There's a ditch that leads to those bars, and then there's a little depression area there where he's at off of the river. So
a week ago. Oh, wow. Or his wife did, sorry. Yeah. Yep.
And we're live.
We are live.
We are live.
Man, we got like 25 more minutes of this heat, and I am ready to get out of it, believe me. But hey, we had a good day, and I couldn't have planned it any better. To be honest with you, I don't know what everybody else caught, but I did what I set out to do, and if we can do it again tomorrow, we'll be good. We'll be good. So hopefully there's 5 more bites there. Y'all tune in tomorrow. Check it out.
Fox.
That's right, on Fox.
Yeah.
Programming note from Cliff there, just to repeat.
Yeah,
FS2 is where we start, 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
One more day.
And later in the day, we switch over to the Fox Network.
2 hours worth.
Yeah, 2 hours worth.
Now, Davey, I know I read in Doc Talk that he said he had 1 or 2 spots that he liked. When does a guy in practice know, like him, that this could be it? This is, you know, because you're looking everywhere at the fishery. You pretty much say that this is my definite place I gotta go to. This is the only place
Just
I
the
got.
quality of the fish is usually what answers that. But I talked to Cliff about his practice after day 1 and how just the quality that he had there. He found nothing like that in practice. What he's saying, I've got a couple other places, but he caught 2-pounders there. Those other places, this place, he caught 4 or 5 pounders. Only caught a few, but the size was 100%.
So you don't stick
different.
around there. He didn't stick around very long in practice.
No.
I mean, he checked it.
You don't want to beat them up, and you
Right.
don't want other people seeing you catch those fish.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons you don't want to do that. But when you catch 2 or 3 2-pounders on a place, that's a place you might visit in the tournament.
Back
but
up.
you start where you catch those 4 and 5 pounders.
And he did catch a few. Last day, first day practice.
Yep. Last day of practice, I think he found this spot.
Good thing. If he found it the first day of practice, man, he would have been chomping at the bit just for 3 or 4 more days until he even gets to today's competition day.
Then going back and checking on it, wondering about it.
Oh, no doubt. You start to, your radius of practice area on Wheeler gets smaller because you want to keep an eye on it. Almost so it's
Somebody else finds
so noticeable that you're just hanging around this region.
Nobody pre-tournament has ever really said, "Yeah, I'm on the juice. I got it." He didn't say anything like that at all, or think it.
I don't think he had any idea that it would be like this for 3 days.
Well, and when you have a season like he's had where every time he zigs, he's supposed to zag this season, or when he did the correct thing, he's lost all the bites that he's got.
Yourself.
You start to, man, I have no idea, but I don't want to get my hopes up, but boy, I need a good day, I need a good week, and then you have it and you're like, thank you.
Well, boy, did he have a good day today. That is for sure. Cliff Prince with the big lead. Good time to have one on the eve of the final day of the tournament. Nice to be in a position like that. Ray Hanselman Jr. hanging in there in second place for the vast majority of today. John Garrett moving up a little bit. John Cox kind of holding steady. Our Alex's Wesley Gore, Shakurat, Logan Parks on our top 10, and Justin Hamner. Be right back.
So my practice was, as I said this afternoon, it was slow but methodical. It's paying off, and right now we're in top 10 and hoping to continue that momentum. I go out there and I kind of just take the conditions as they are, and maybe that's the lesson, is just keep an open mind from day to day. I try to take all my experience while at the same time balancing an open mind, and I just go out and let the day kind of determine what I should be doing. There we go. Thank you, Lord. Not big, but that's a solid win at filler.
Alex Wetherall currently standing in 5th place, according to Bass Track. In our top 10, started the day in our top 10, has successfully held his spot there. In fact, he has moved up about 3 notches during the course of the day, so you got to figure that a success.
See something going on over there. Reeled in real quick to sling it over there.
Well, he must have been chasing a shad or something, got his attention for sure.
AOI update, Trey McKinney, 3-pounder, 10.5 pounds. He's gained 15 points on Justin Hamner today.
You were talking about Alex Wetherall's tough rookie season. This would be his 3rd top 10 in about a half a season, from the end of the Sabine and through the mid-season this year, and was bringing it to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to highlight some other anglers. We're at the Tennessee River this week at Wheeler Lake, but there's plenty of lakes on the chain of the Tennessee River, starting up Knoxville, Tennessee, where we've had the Classic a few years. You go down from Tellico down to Watts Bar, you get Chickamauga, and then you obviously have Nickajack, Gunnersville, Wheeler, Wilson, Pickwick, Kentucky Lake, all the way until you get to the Ohio River. And for Falcon rods drain the lake, you're thinking about Alabama anglers. We've talked about 13 Alabama anglers out of our 99 in our Elite Series field, but Tennessee River anglers, there's not many when it comes to the Alabama anglers that would call Wheeler Lake their home, but the Tennessee River in general has a lot of other anglers in there. And coming into today, the 2 highest Tennessee River locals would be John Garrett and Cole Sands. They both live on Tennessee River lakes, Kentucky Lake and Lake Chickamauga, and actually 2 other anglers who are threatening the top 10 throughout today, Jacob Fouts and Mark Menendez, could also call Chickamauga and Kentucky Lake home lakes for them. So whatever they have figured out on the Tennessee River for John Garrett and Cole Sands, they have translated it very well this week. Same with Fouts, same with Menendez. But if you saved Alabama anglers for Drain the Lake, for maybe Wheeler or Smith Lake, you may have been confused on which ones to pick. But if you stuck with a couple Tennessee River anglers, these guys have not let you down, saving them for the Wheeler Lake event, the only lake that we'll have this year on the Tennessee River for the Bassmaster Elite Series schedule. So Cole Sands, John Garrett, 2 guys from great college fishing schools as well, Bryan College and Bethel University. So not too bad of picks for Drain the Lake. I did, unfortunately, not have John Garrett at the Harris chain on my team, but he was on my team this week for Drain the Lake, so I saved him for the Tennessee River, and he did not let me down.
Well, our anglers starting to check in now as 3 p.m. looms. Let's get down and hear what some of them have to say.
Started out great, had that school fired up, missed some opportunities, but really made a decent comeback. Had caught the biggest bag I've had all week, anchored by a 6.5 pounder almost, and I didn't really lean on any of the grass stuff too hard. I kind of saved that for tomorrow, because the biggest I've caught out of that really is like 3.5 to 4, and I don't know, I just don't want to burn too many fish. It's hard to, ounces today probably not going to mean a whole lot, where pounds tomorrow will. So yeah, I'm happy with the day. I'm looking forward to weighing in and getting in some air conditioning. It's a hot sucker.
AC for those who don't know.
Alex Red Wine. Oh, there was a song too at the same time. Yeah, he's got his mixtape on there, I guess. I thought we were going to hear from him, but he's probably lost in his thoughts right now a little bit. That is, I think, his walk-on song, though, is it not, Ronnie?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Or David would know.
Yeah.
I mean, I caught them as good as I've caught them yet this week. I hope there's enough there tomorrow. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, they've been there for all week, so there's got to be 5 more there. And we're going to go beat it down tomorrow, and hopefully we can put them in the boat and don't lose them. And good Lord willing, we'll be toting the blue trophy tomorrow.
Good work. So,
there's the attitude.
Fishing for all those years, I had some nights where the next day I was hoping to hold a trophy over my head. But honestly, I can't put myself in his position to be waiting on this moment. And really and truly, he's got to feel like he's got his best chance ever. He's had some good chances and some close calls, almost wins, But what he'll be thinking tonight, how well he'll sleep. Will he toss and turn thinking about that one spot? Because if it's not happening there, he says he's got a few other things, but it's been 4 days since he's checked those few other things where there's some 2-pounders. It'll be interesting maybe tomorrow morning to get his thoughts before he takes off and how his night went and what he thinks.
I don't sleep anymore anyway, but I wouldn't be able to sleep with an 8-pound
So think about this. Between him and his roommate, Bernie Schultz, also another Floridian, they travel around and stay together. 145 events for Cliff Prince and 369 events for Bernie Schultz. That's 500. Obviously, Cliff hasn't been there to room with Bernie for all of them, but combined, over 500 events that they've both been waiting on the week that it comes together. Bernie's been close before, Cliff's been close to before. You kind of got to have that roommate. Man, so close next time. And now 500 events that they both will be able to kind of celebrate this. Bernie's having a great event this week as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said after 500 events, you win. You change your name to a symbol. I mean, absolutely.
That's the way to do it. All the reasons we have to watch what happens tomorrow, especially first thing tomorrow morning. I think one image more than anything else would bring you back. Just the possibility, knowing that things like this exist out there where our leading angler is fishing. I mean, we got to watch it one more time, Dave.
Dave, you got to bring the umph. I know it's been a long, hot day in here.
So I'm gonna do this power pole like it's 1999. No, I didn't just say that, did I?
Let's go.
Like it's 1999.
He said it.
Cliff Prince waiting 14 years to have this chance. Power pole replay of the day. Whether he caught this big slaunch or not, looks like a grouper.
Could it be 8?
Holy cow.
Could it be 8?
Power pole replay. I mean, it really could be. It really could be. That is a stud. It could be an 8-pounder.
20 inches around that thing.
Power pole replay of the day. Well-deserving Cliff Prince catching this slaunch. Could be an 8-pounder. I can't wait to see. I'm gonna watch.
He's trying to get the $100,000 payday, Tommy. He's trying to get VMC Monster Bag of the Week, another payday there, and Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the Week. If he gets all 3 of those, that's a clean sweep.
Daily and overall, $3 grand right there.
He could afford a little red Corvette with that kind of money. I'm telling you what.
Start printing dollar bills with his face on them. That's what.
There's your TH Marine weather watch for
off
tomorrow. Very much the same as today. 96 degrees. Increased humidity is going to keep rising as long as this system stays in place. 10 miles an hour wind, that's an upgrade. A little bit of an upgrade, a little bit of chance of thunder, more chance of a passing thunder shower or shower on the way, so it may be just as hot, but it could be a little bit of relief as well.
It says 18% there for like possible precipitation.
Yeah.
I think that's 18% perspiration from the anglers of Ohio.
That's 100% perspiration. Or perspiration, as people used to call it when I was a kid.
So don't forget, if there is a red, you mentioned a little red Corvette, if there's a red Corvette to be rented anywhere around Huntsville, Decatur, Kelly, his wife, should have it and take off tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Right. Drive it right down there to
Drive it
Dave
right
Murphy.
down on the dock.
Absolutely.
Let's see what happens.
That'll be a great final day weigh-in place. Roll through the drive-through weigh-in right there. It should be great.
What's your favorite Prince album, Ronnie?
I told you guys, I still don't even know if the songs I think are his. The only time I know Prince in person is from a TV show when he showed up in New Girl for an episode. And he was the guest there. That was a whole episode about Prince.
I know I won a classic in '99, so I've got to love that line, "Party Like It's 1999."
There you go.
That's awesome.
Cliff Prince will go crazy. Let's go crazy.
Cliff Prince has already sung Ozzy Osbourne on stage this season when he said, "Mama, I'm coming home" for Mother's Day at Murray. We'll probably get him singing all kinds of, maybe Crazy Train. He'll sing Crazy Train tomorrow for us.
That's got to be a Prince song, dude. Can't be Ozzy.
We'll have to, hey, when you talk to him tonight on the phone, he's got to learn some lyrics.
We've had a lot of sights worth remembering for the course of this day, in addition to that giant right there.
Ah, what a fish.
It gets bigger every time we watch it.
Wheeler Lake has showed out. I got to say that. It has not been kind to everybody, and it has not been a walkover for everybody. But we know the potential of this place, the weigh-in. Folks starting to gather right there. Bassmaster.com set to start as soon as check-in begins, which it's underway right now, as a matter of fact, but you got to be checked in by 3 p.m. That's when Dave will crank up the music, excitement, and get it going. Now, tomorrow, I do want to remind you that we're on an hour later. We start at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and we start not on FS1, but FS2. And we will bring you 3 hours of coverage on FS2 right up until, I believe it is 11 o'clock, no, 12, noon Eastern Time, and that's when we switch over to the Fox Network.
Yes. Noon to 2 on Fox.
Big Fox Network, noon to 2 on
Huge
Father's Day
for our
Sunday.
anglers.
That's awesome.
Great to have you with us today on Bassmaster Live, 6th stop of the year. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite of Decatur, Alabama, Wheeler Lake.